Welcome to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Happy Thursday, everybody. A wonderful afternoon. And you know why it's an absolutely wonderful afternoon? Because I have my two best friends with me right now. Okay, Stream Queens. Okay, a little bit behind the scenes for you. Me, Carlene, and Brittany are best friends at the station.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
have been for about 4 years. This has been my ongoing dream for the last almost 5 years I've worked here.
But we've never had this before.
Exactly. So the fact that we're all in here at the same time and just talking,
we should get our own
we
show.
are getting our own show and we're taking over.
Yes. We're announcing
Sorry,
it now.
everybody.
We're sorry, everyone. It's going to be girl talk.
Girl
I'm just
talk.
kidding.
Ooh. I wonder how that would go.
I'm surprised
I know who's
Sharice
watching would love
yes, our
Our
news
boss.
director.
Our fearless leader.
I'm surprised he's not running in here trying to stop
trying to shut
this.
it down.
Yeah,
He's
trying
like,
to shut it down.
No, absolutely not. Yes, Carlene and Meg are the Braggs.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's the Braggs
And Britt.
and Britt.
The bees.
The bees.
Braggs and Britt.
Braggs
There's the
number one.
show, Sharif. There is the show.
I think it's going to sell numbers here.
I mean, I don't know. The streaming numbers are going through the roof right now.
Yeah.
Escalating.
Yeah, all of our
New
significant
highs.
all of our
here
significant
he
others
comes.
and dogs are watching.
He's like, no, don't do it. He came running back.
Yeah.
Come on, Sharif, you can join the show if you want.
He's just jealous.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, so real quick,
Yeah, go ahead.
is Turk watching right now?
Probably.
Okay, Roger has WCNC Plus on. Dezoza
Oh,
have WCNC
I should
Plus on.
put that on for the
You
dogs.
should.
Yeah.
So that they can watch their mothers.
I know. Great idea. Brittany
Okay.
is here though. I mean, besides the girl talk that the tea that we're gonna spill. No, I'm just
Right.
kidding. She is
Yeah.
going to tell us a little bit about the weather right now
Yeah,
and
the
how
really
it's
only
looking.
tea I have is that Larry Sprinkle is the nicest person. on
Oh
the
gosh,
earth.
yeah.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
course.
I think everybody
an
knows
angel.
Yeah.
An angel.
Angel
An
on
angel.
earth.
Speaking of positive things,
Yes.
like Mr. Sprinkle, it's a pretty nice day today.
It's nice. Look at that.
Yeah, beautiful outside. Some clouds mixing in with some sunshine. Now, temperatures today are going to be about 10 degrees cooler than yesterday, but 2 days in a row were in the 70s, so it's not necessarily the worst weather that we've ever had. Our average high this time of year is in the 50s, so it's definitely warmer than that. It even looks pretty nice up toward our mountain communities. You can see Blowing Rock right now, very pretty. I still has some of those Christmas decorations out. It did look like a winter wonderland where we had ice and snow a few weeks ago. You can actually see on satellite, there's pretty much a strip of cloud cover that expands from Cleveland County all the way across the Charlotte area. This is moving in pretty quickly. However, if this is still sticking around by the time that sunset happens, if you've ever watched any forecasts by me, I often talk about the fact that cloudy sunrises and sunsets are the best. Remember, the more clouds there are, the more water vapor, the more ice crystals, and so all of those sun's rays bounce off of them. I talk about this a lot at schools, but essentially the more clouds you have, as long as it's not completely clouded over, the prettier the outdoor conditions are. So temps this afternoon, again, mix of sunshine and clouds. We're right around 60 degrees. It will still be chilly overnight because we're still in February and we're still in the winter months. Temperatures right around 33 in Charlotte, 20s up in the mountains. No rain to worry about. However, that is going to change as we get closer to the weekend. The nice thing is, and hopefully you've been paying attention to the forecast the last few days because our team of meteorologists is, of course, the best. But previously, we were looking at a chance for rain both Saturday and Sunday. I'm here to tell you that we continuously see the rain shifting later and later. So notice all throughout Saturday morning, 11 o'clock, sunny. As we get closer to about 9, 10, 11 p.m., not necessarily sunny still, but still no rain. It's not going to start until after the overnight hours. So all of Saturday at this point looks dry, maybe a few spots of patchy drizzle, but that'll be around 10, 11 o'clock. If you're going to the Checkers game this weekend, on Saturday at least, Ascent game, or match technically, sorry soccer fans, please don't get mad at me. Definitely Saturday is the day to do any outdoor activities, which is also Valentine's Day. So maybe you're doing an experience with your significant other.
Experiment. Oh, God.
Some
I was
people
about to say,
may be
yeah,
doing experiments.
Yeah, no, I
That's
shouldn't.
love
yeah.
for some people.
Yes, I'm going to.
I was gonna say, this is
I
a
went to a
PG
science
show.
experiment. Yeah. No, I know. I was like, okay, to be fair, I am working on a sustainability tips for Valentine's Day for a story for tomorrow. And so I had experience, like make a card, that's recyclable in my brain. So maybe it's a science experiment, okay?
Sure.
There you go.
All right, let's talk.
Beavers and pumpkins and all that.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Remember Science Sunday? look up Science Sunday, Weather IQ, WCNC Charlotte YouTube. I got tons of experiments from when I was on the weekend morning show. All right, let's talk back to Futurecast. Okay, so Sunday morning, that's when the rain starts, and unfortunately, it's kind of going to rain off and on all day. However, say it all the time, when we're under drought conditions, it kind of stinks when we get rain on a weekend where a lot of people are off. Sundays are my Saturday. However, we really need the rain. So again, usually look at rainfall forecasts the next few days. It's mainly Sunday. Few little lingering showers into Monday morning. Otherwise, it's fine. Now, if you have outdoor plans with the kids, again, it's President's Day weekend, so probably they're out of school on Monday. Saturday's great. Monday's great. Sunday, maybe you can make them do like a homework or a project that you've been wanting them to do. Mainly, maybe it's cleaning their room. My mom desperately was always trying to get me to do that, of course, when I was a child. So need to clean. I was supposed to say, Janet, your mom, the real Meg Bragg, my mom Diane probably still wants me to clean my room, but alas. This has been a big story though over the last few weeks and months. Actually, it's the drought. This is actually my story that I'm working on today, so I'll have an update in the 7 o'clock newscast with myself and Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. But you guys, we are under an extreme drought in Mecklenburg County for the first time since August of 2008.
Wow.
Now, if you were like myself and thought 2008, that was last year, I'm here to tell you that is not the case. In fact, it was about 17 and a half years ago.
Wow.
That was when I started my sophomore year of high school. So, specifically, 6,379 days ago.
Wow.
Wow.
So,
It's a lot of days.
extreme drought is essentially a level 4 out of 5. Okay, so this is the first time we've seen this in a very long time. Now, from the previous drought stories that I've done, I've talked to Brad about this a few times. 2008, 2009 were two very, very dry years in Charlotte. And so as of right now, we don't technically have any kind of water restrictions, but there was a period of time that there were some mixing in for some of our local counties. So I would keep a very close eye on any like HOA information that you have coming from maybe your homeowners association, the county, things like that over the next few weeks, because even though we will see rain on Sunday, it is not going to be nearly enough. We probably at this point would need about a foot, if not higher amounts of rain. And at a best case scenario this weekend, we're looking at 2 to 3 inches. So this is kind of a breakdown of both North and South Carolina. Now, yes, most of us here in Charlotte, we live kind of in that 5-county area of Catawba County, Cabarrus, Lincoln, Gaston, Mecklenburg, York, things like that. But there is a sliver as well of the upstate of South Carolina that is also under extreme drought conditions. So if you look, pretty much everybody is under level 1 and 2. Severe drought is a little bit less for North Carolina compared to South Carolina, and then extreme is much lower for North Carolina compared to South Carolina. But again, everyone is drier than normal. Everyone needs rain. And so again, 17 and a half years almost exactly since we've had this in Mecklenburg County. We really need multiple inches of rain here locally. You can tell across most of the Carolinas, we're getting about 1 to 2. Again, that's your best case scenario this weekend. And across most of the Southeast, we're getting rain this weekend. Again, haven't heard of any official information from any other local municipalities, I think is the correct word, that I should use there. But even last week, before this updated drought monitor came out, Monroe was doing voluntary water restrictions. So in Union County, North Carolina. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some of these voluntary restrictions. And normally it's a ramp up, not like a 0 to 60 situation. Normally it's like a voluntary situation first, and then maybe they start going to, the odd and even days. I don't know if you guys remember from like when we were kids and your parents would get restrictions and it'd be like, you can only water on these days. But I definitely think that is a possibility. So just please keep your eyes and ears out. Of course, if anything does break, we always have it. Not just on WCNC Charlotte, but since we're always streaming on WCNC Plus, it's a great way for us to get the information to you immediately. But other than Sunday, we have a pretty dry next 7 days. Again, I know it's a bummer to happen on the Sunday of President's Day weekend, but we need the rain so much. So in this case, I say we take the good with the bad. The positive is a Saturday and Monday look fantastic. Yes, the bad is that Sunday is kind of a gross day to get outside, but if
Read
you have
a book. Do something.
Yeah, or a book. I'm telling you, get the kids to clean their room. If you have a honey-do list,
Go volunteer somewhere.
a little to-do list.
Or
You can go to the movies.
Or go to the movies.
Yeah. I think that if you have not done something nice for, if you're a kid and you're watching this, you're probably not, you're at school, but either way, let's say you're an 18-year-old. Do something nice for your parents.
Call your mom.
Do something nice for
Call
your
your
significant
mom.
other. It's Valentine's Day on Saturday. I don't know, this is a great sustainability option. It's actually on my list. give like a little coupon book so you don't have to buy a physical item. Say, here's a free
Experiment?
coupon that, no, not an experiment, experience. Free clean my room, mom. A free date night for your significant other. I'll cook dinner. I don't know, anything.
You're
So,
giving out gifts.
I was gonna say you've
it's-
got the
I'm telling you, it's
ideas,
because
Brittany.
it's fresh in my mind. But anything that doesn't involve buying something that is immediately going to end up the trash by March, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sustainable Valentine's Day tips.
I love that. That's so good.
Yeah.
What are you
Yep.
doing for Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
Well, I work on Saturday, so. But I do have a reservation Sunday at 6 o'clock at North Italia,
Ooh, yummy.
Ooh.
but it's going to be raining.
Maggie, what are you
so-
doing?
We're going to sushi on Friday, and then Saturday we're going to the movies to see Dracula, which I'm
Cute.
pretty excited about.
Cute.
That is
Cute.
exciting.
Yeah, it's kind of like a horror love story, so
Yeah.
best of both worlds.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking of horror, tomorrow, Friday the 13th.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, right. Right,
I forgot about that.
You guys obviously know this since you're my best friends, but only once or twice in my life have I introduced myself and they've said, Van Voorhees, like Jason Voorhees, to where I've been like, yeah, haha, you're the first person to ever say that. But I love Friday the 13th.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So that movie came out way before any of us were born. So
Yeah.
hopefully you guys don't think this is a spoiler, but fantastic movie.
Fantastic
Huh.
movie. Okay, everybody raise your hands if you want to just keep us here and keep talking girl stuff. Okay, yeah. I mean, I wish. But we will get you
Yes.
the news. And
We'll be
everything
back
you need.
talking more about the drought and stuff
Yeah,
like that at
you're
2
coming
o'clock.
back. So that's great.
Will you
We
still be here?
Well, I'm
Yeah.
here all day.
We're here.
I'm just making sure. Well, I know you're
Yeah.
still here, but
Yeah.
I wasn't sure about your schedule.
Oh, yeah, I'm
You know,
here.
it changes every day.
Changes every day.
But yours does too, Carlene,
Where in the
so.
world? Where in the world is Megan Bragg?
true.
And right now
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
I love having you here.
I love being here. Thank you.
Girl show.
Girl show.
Bestie show.
Yeah.
Sharif, if you can
Sprags
hear
and
us.
Brit.
Yeah, honestly,
Sprags and Brit.
honestly, I don't want to leave, even though I have other stuff to do, because you guys are just the best.
Wow. I mean,
Come back anytime, girl.
Oh,
You
wait,
guys-
I need to say something really
Oh,
quick.
okay.
I texted him earlier about this. Nick Sturdivant. I'm so proud of him for his new show.
Oh, yeah,
that
I'm
he just
excited about
launched.
that.
So excited. It's
Yeah.
like all of his stories that he's doing for Black History Month. I'm so excited. So if you haven't checked it out yet, 704.
On 704.
Yeah, and Carlene's been working with him on it.
Yeah,
too,
I've
so
been
yeah.
with some of his
Yeah.
interviews. It's really exciting.
Yeah,
It is
it just is.
exciting.
I was also listening to a podcast this morning about Ruby Bridges, who was the first 6-year-old who was integrated into the New Orleans school system.
Okay, yeah.
And it's just every time I listen to those stories, I'm just inspired. So it just made me think of Nick, and I texted him, and he's off today. But I was just like,
Yeah.
I just want everybody to make sure they're checking that out because
Just good
they're
stuff.
just such
Give 'em a
powerful stories.
plug.
And every single time I hear them, I could hear them every single year, and I'm just like, oh my gosh,
You've
it's
got
just so
good
amazing.
guests, inspiring guests.
Yeah.
Like, you'll take away something from it.
Yeah,
From every
and just
interview, you'll
knowing
take
how
away
many
something from it.
people in the community are doing such amazing things,
Right.
it just gives me goosebumps. So,
Yeah,
check
very
it out.
cool.
Yeah, I'll see you
Great.
guys in an hour.
Good plug, Britt.
I know.
Good job.
Well, I had just texted him, and I was like, I gotta give him
I
a shout
know,
out. So.
yeah.
All right, I'll leave
Okay.
you guys to do your job.
Okay.
I'm gonna go look
Guess
up
we'll do
some
it
more drought
now.
numbers.
Fine.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
We could have kept talking for hours, but we're going to take a quick break, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus, because coming back, we are going to take a look around Charlotte and see what's happening in your area. So we'll be right back. Welcome back to WCNC Plus. You're watching live Impact News right here on this Thursday afternoon. We had our girl in talking about how beautiful the weather is going to be and cozy on Sunday with that rain. But let's head on over to Washington, D.C. So this is the Homeland Security hearing. Top Trump immigration officials and Minnesota state leaders are testifying about the administration's aggressive and deadly immigration enforcement actions in that state before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. So let's take a listen in.
Believe everyone here at the chair never voted for the big beautiful bill, correct, Chairman? Okay. All right. So, but now, can we establish now that ICE has plenty of money right now? I mean, effectively, now that vote's going to come about shutting down DHS. Because a lot of people, including myself, would like to see some changes made. But if that vote happens and DHS is now shut down, would that have any meaningful impact on ICE operation? Because they have $75 billion from the big beautiful bill. Is that a statement or not?
It would impact personnel actions, and when I say to that, sir, I mean as far as like pay, retention, our civilian workforce, non-badge gun carriers, it would affect that.
Yeah. So in other words, so if people vote to shut down, what other parts are in DHS? What other things?
Components, sir?
Yeah. No. How many other operations, departments are in DHS? Like Coast Guard.
Coast Guard, okay. FEMA, CBP.
FEMA. Okay.
CISA, which is
CISA, like cybersecurity.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's kind of important, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then that would shut down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now another one also, TSA.
TSA is under DHS.
That's another one. Okay. So if someone votes to shut the DHS down, they are not having any meaningful functional impact on ICE because they have unlimited money effectively for right now, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to punish all of these other parts, the very important parts of our government, TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, and cybersecurity. That's what kind of a statement if we announce to our enemies, like, well, our cybersecurity agency, now we're going to be shut down. If I really want to make a move, that probably makes it better than them. And then, so is that a accurate statement?
It's a fair assessment, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So now here I am. Here I am, a Democrat, and I think I ran the whole gamut. I met with Secretary Noem, and I've always treated her with respect. I met with her in my office, and I refused, and I never will engage on the kinds of sexist kinds of terms like ICE Barbie from a lot of the left media will use those kind of things. And now I said, hey, I'm a Democrat, then I say, secure our border? Yeah. And deport all of the criminals? Yeah. I think we can sign up on that. And then my friend Katie Britt came to me and said, we want to bring the Lincoln-Riley bill there. And I'm like, yeah, I was going to be the Democrat to bring that there. And now we the co-sponsor as the Democrat. So I believe that we should have those kinds of appropriate things. And I also was the Democrat that described my party's failure in 2022, 2023, that we are failing on the border. And now we have to, it's not sustainable. So here it brings me to right now where I think we can all hopefully agree that we want to avoid and we have to make some changes to never make sure there's another situation of tragedy in Minneapolis. Because for me, like what's happening in Minneapolis makes the public unsafe, it makes the agents unsafe, and it makes, and I think they've lost the plot if they're focusing on these kinds of theater. We're not focusing on securing our border and deporting and targeting criminals and that. So as a pro-border, pro-deport all the criminals, now like what's the answer now moving forward where if I think the vast majority of Americans signed up for those things, I think. So, can we want to focus more on those two things that I think, so.
Sir, I'll go first, and then Commissioner Scott. But I think, to your point, I agree with you, sir. I think the big thing, obviously, is the rhetoric and the temperature. We are completely dedicated to ensuring that we are going out there and enforcing the Immigration Nationality Act, as you and your colleagues have written it, as well as getting the worst of the worst and prioritizing on that. What I think we learned from Minnesota is the fact that people can't be encouraged to go out there and actually get involved in a law enforcement operation that they shouldn't be at. And I'm not saying the impediment of the First Amendment. What we saw is active impeding of law enforcement officers. I think that and actually helping us to hold those that dox ICE agents accountable for the reasons they wear the mask will go so much farther, especially for my workforce, but I think for public safety overall.
Okay, and finally, I have effectively about a minute left, so I just want to reiterate. So, within the next 2 hours, DHS is going to be effectively to path to shut down. And I want to remind everybody that ICE has plenty of money, and that vote to shut DHS down will have no functional impact on ICE because they have that $75 million from the big, beautiful bill. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I cede. I return.
All right, Senator Slotkin.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I personally think that Secretary Noem should be here. You want the big job, you have the big accountability, and we should be seeing the Secretary of Homeland Security coming in front of the American people and certainly the Oversight Committee when we have such existential issues about the deployment of federal force in our country going on. But you are here in her place. And I think, if we rewound the tape to a year and a half ago or a year plus ago, you had a lot of Americans who felt very strongly that if you are here illegally, especially if you were involved in any kind of criminal activity, you should be deported, right? You need strong borders. I'm a CIA officer. You need strong borders. We need an immigration policy that allows us to do that, but that enforcement would have been something that the average American supported. But the conduct of ICE in places like Minneapolis has now boomeranged to the point where people say, well, look, I was for enforcement, but I'm not for what looks like authoritarian style, federal goons on our streets. And that's not coming from Democrats. That's coming from, in Michigan, the state of Michigan voted for Donald Trump. You're coming from people who say, look, I'm all for enforcement, but I'm not for trampling basic rights. And Americans have an internal barometer for what looks and smells authoritarian, and whether it's shooting someone who's unarmed or pepper spraying kids or picking people up as they walk into Target and checking their papers, that is an internal barometer that we all have. That you have crossed. And we're here today and all this firestorm is here not because of people on the ground, but because of your behavior in ICE. And, I think when you extrapolate out and you listen to what the president and his cabinet are saying, I have to ask about our 2026 elections. Okay, the president says we should federalize our elections, even though the U.S. Constitution was written by our founders to give that power to the states so that we would never have a president who took too much power and tried to become a king. He's tried to get voter rolls, including in my state. He's complained that elections aren't free and fair. In 2020, he came up with a playbook to deploy federal law enforcement around polling places, and the White House spokeswoman will not rule that out as of a month and a half ago. So I have to ask Mr. Lyons, do you believe that ICE has the authority to be deployed to U.S. polling places around the country?
So, ma'am, we're civil. Obviously, we do civil enforcement and criminal law enforcement. There's no reason for us to deploy to a polling facility.
So
No.
if the President of the United States gets Kristi Noem on the phone and she gets you on the phone and she says, we've heard there's a problem in Georgia or in Michigan or somewhere else, I need you to go and physically deploy around polling locations. You will say no.
There's no reason for us to deploy, ma'am.
Then you should say no, right?
Yes, but just point of clarification. Homeland Security investigations, we do investigate voter fraud, which we've made several arrests, most recently a high-profile one in Massachusetts. So just later on.
That's very different than the physical intimidation.
I just didn't want you to say that we don't do anything with voter. I just want you to know we do that.
That's fine. I'm talking about something that I think would be extraordinary in American history, which is uniformed and masked ICE agents encircling polling places. And it's not fantasy, it's not made up. These are things that the president and his cabinet have suggested. They've suggested invoking the Insurrection Act, which would allow active duty military to do the very same thing. So this isn't, someone who thinks the sky is falling. The president and his cabinet are suggesting. So you're going to be the guy standing in the breach.
There's no reason, like I say, ma'am, there's no reason for you to use ICE officers in that.
Great. Well, I hope that in the privacy of that meeting, when that comes down and the president feels like he's going to lose the midterm elections, that you don't buckle. Because I think our democracy literally is dependent on it. Now, coupled with that, you've heard from a number of my colleagues about labeling people as domestic terrorists. What is the definition of a domestic terrorist?
So, ma'am, domestic terrorist is any organization that, on American soil, home nation soil, that's involved in acts of treason, acts of violence, active extremism against a group or against a country.
Okay, so actually in law, it's defined by the Patriot Act. That's the clearest place we have it. And it has to be tied to criminal activity,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So protesting, even if you don't like it, protesting of ICE agents, unarmed and without destroying property, is that a domestic terrorist?
No, ma'am. I stated under oath earlier that that's covered under the First Amendment right.
Great. So when, again, the president and Stephen Miller and others in the cabinet, including your boss, Kristi Noem, label people like Renee Good domestic terrorists, you understand why we can't trust what you're doing with the information you're collecting on these so-called domestic terrorists. So can you tell us under oath, does the Department of Homeland Security maintain a database of any kind of domestic terrorists? Are you collecting facial recognition information, license plates, locations, addresses, those kinds of information?
No, ma'am, and I testified on the oath on Tuesday as well. I said the same thing. We don't have a database. If there is a case, a criminal case, that may involve some type of domestic terrorist organization, Homeland Security, as you know, Homeland Security investigation is involved across the board and embedded with the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We do conduct those, but there is no database, ma'am, for that.
Okay, or do you contribute data to anyone else's, any other federal agency's database?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so the fact that we have ICE agents saying out loud to people that they're trying to arrest or engage with that we're going to put you into a database is just erroneous. They're making that up.
Yes, ma'am, I can't speak to why that officer said it, but we do not do that.
Well, I would just offer that given that the president put out an executive order in September and said he wants a list of domestic terrorist groups to use the full weight of the federal government to go against, you can imagine that people who are peaceful protesters feel like they are going to be targeted and feel that they are at risk. So I think the conduct of your agency has put us in a position where the average American doesn't know whether to trust law enforcement, and that is terrible and scary, given what law enforcement on the ground in our states do. And I would just say, if we do not have serious reform and change, then you will be contributing to the average American who woke up very supportive of law enforcement, being terrified that they and their community will be next. Yield back.
Thank you. We're almost at an end, and I think we've had a good hearing. I think a lot of knowledge came forward, and I sense at least the idea that you guys want to restore confidence in the agencies, and we'll work on that, and I hope that's true. With regard to the thing I mentioned before, I'm going to mention one more time as we end. The Attorney General says he will cooperate with final orders. You got a bunch of final orders. I would love to see you go for some specific people, that you send a letter to the Minneapolis police and say, will you help us? We need 10 policemen to go round up this guy. And then I'd like to see their response. And you should quote him from the hearing. He said he's for final orders. I think that's different than the policy he's been enforcing. So let's challenge him on that. Those are battles you can win. Those are political battles and public relations battles. Also, if you would send to my office.
You're listening to Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. Looks like they are going to wrap up this hearing pretty soon. The chairman even saying that he thinks they had a good hearing. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Time now is 1:05. Looks like a very great evening. Brittany gave us a little bit of the forecast earlier, showing really nice warm temperatures for this time of year. But we're going to switch things over now. We're talking about the development that's going on in the River District. That is west of Charlotte, kind of near the Charlotte Douglas Airport. That's where the River District is. And there is a new regional planning that is being developed that will include land, restaurants, retail, medical offices, homes. And to get an update on that project is our development guru, Walker Lawson, is live right now. Walker, you do all things development. So tell us the latest on what's going on over there.
Yeah, so obviously the River District's kind of been a big project in the works for years now, and we've seen a lot of, as you can see behind me, residential buildup that has happened so far. People starting to call the area home, but new renderings have come out for, I'm going to try not to move too much since we're having some signal issues here, but the retail development is going to go right in this land right here. As you mentioned, will feature restaurants, medical services. They kind of talked about looking for things like an optometrist or things like that, different doctor's offices that they're looking to potentially have here on this site. They're also looking at bringing in, again, some food spaces, which will go right near the farm that's actually going to be built across the street. But this area is gaining a lot of attention. We have a lot of people out here walking around, checking out the new sculpture and statue that's out here that's drawing a lot of people to this area. So we're momentarily going to try to go grab some folks and hear from them and get their thoughts on this development. But as we got here earlier today, someone drove by and said, tell people to move to the west side. And we asked him if he had moved out here yet. And he said, no, but he's going to. So a lot of excitement out here from people, kind of seeing this community within a community that's coming to life.
All right, Austin, oh my gosh, Walker Lawson. They have the same walkers in them. He is our development guru. Walker, thank you so much. Very exciting, that development over there. So when you do talk to folks, we are interested to know what more people are saying about that. So watch him tonight. Walker, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Austin Walker, Walker Lawson. There's just so many Walkers
It's
these
easy to
days.
confuse it. I've done it.
Like Walker. Okay, so we are going to head now to our very own Jane Monreal. She actually got to sit down with the sheriff, Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden, because I was calling that meeting spicy the other day. It was spicy.
It was heated.
It was very heated. And then, of course, we saw that letter that was sent to the sheriff yesterday talking about how the committee wants to see a bunch of things from him. They want to see documents, they want to see emails, they want to see data. So actually, Jane Monreal got to sit down and talk with the sheriff over the phone. So let's take a listen into that.
Time right now is 3:22 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. As many of you know, there was a House Oversight Committee hearing Monday at our state's capitol where Sheriff Gary McFadden appeared and testified. Since then, Representative Brendan Jones has posted to his X account in part saying, due to Sheriff McFadden's, he called it laughable testimony and deflections, our follow-up demand letter has been sent. And then he sends this screenshot of a 3-page request of the demands he's making for the sheriff to comply with and request. So we wanted to get him on the phone. We have Sheriff McFadden on the phone right now. Sheriff, thanks for joining us here. Such short notice. There's just going to be a phoner with you at this time. But tell me, after seeing this, and I know you just saw the document here from Representative's office, your initial response.
Well, I respect their response and hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, yeah, we can.
So what initially happened is that when we went to the oversight hearing, we were bombarded daily, even up to 4 o'clock previously, about requests. So we provided them all of the requests that they requested as best to our knowledge. And so it's hundreds of sheets of paper and hundreds of documents and all of that. So we provided them that. The thing that was concerning, none of those documents were reviewed, or we may saw 2. One was an email and one was an op-ed. Other than that, they never talked about that. They asked me to provide a written testimony. I provided that and was never given a chance even to say that. It was an extremely hostile environment, and everybody's taking the 30 seconds that I said, the three branches, and I thought they were leading to. What branch do you lead to? County or city? Because the city is sitting behind me, so we'll move away from that. But the issue that they had was that because of the previously pending petition to remove me from office, that was dismissed by a judge, but the district attorney continued to say that we will have an investigation. So that is an open and active investigation. So I can't speak to anything on that open, active investigation, which was extremely broad by the people who brought it against me, including Representative Carla Cunningham. Now, so what it was missed for me to understand that Representative Carla Cunningham is part of that committee. So to be able to ask me questions about something that she and others brought against me, we thought it was not ethical, professional, or even right. So what we were doing was waiting for the SBI investigation, and we would answer the questions during the investigation. But simply having a complainant asking, someone else that you're saying that is under investigation about your investigation was unethical. So I had to avoid answering those questions and told them we could not answer questions pertaining to the petition, which is now under FBI investigation. Also, because part of that petition references to litigations of wrongful deaths, processing procedures and policies dealing with the detention center. So simply, pigeonhole me to answer these questions is unethical and should be, not legal, because they know that there is a legal part of it and a pending investigation. So it's very hostile from the very second. So you have to imagine for 2 hours, I'm answering questions, but we only understand 30 seconds. But the new request is a multitude of things that we have to have in a couple of days or weeks, and we will continue to provide them with what they're asking for. We don't have anything to hide. Sure, we can take things and make it seem something that it's not, just as they did with this 30-second clip of me saying judicial. Because you're asking me what government you're under. I'm thinking city, county, and I'm the county, they're the city. And, we all seen how it was played on the social media. So you take 30 seconds and turn it into something like we have it now.
So how off guard were you were caught? Do you feel like you were just ambushed?
No, this is what I'm going to say. It was the public lynching of a black sheriff. I hate to say that. I had people call me that said it was a public lynching. We're going to repay you for everything that you caused us to do. When we talk about House Bill 10, House Bill 318, you think about this. This meeting was called because of the stabbing of this young lady. Never was there a question about the stabbing of this young lady. Never a question about what we're doing to make the city and county safe inside the boundaries of the city and county. And so what it did, it was an unbelievable oversight. And what people have to understand, if they view the entire video or the entire hearing, you can see it. And it wasn't, and it shouldn't be like that. And I said, we don't want to be the great state of Mecklenburg. We just want to be a part of North Carolina. We can work together. But what I think aggravated them more than anything else is pretty much they clearly are saying, because you made us work because of House Bill 10 and House Bill 318, now we're going to punish you because you made us work. And I simply said this, when you're creating these bills, it would be a great idea to talk to the sheriffs that will be dealing with this. I could simply tell you that when you created House Bill 10, there were missteps that you probably didn't think about. And then you can still create the bill the way that you want to, but I'm going to bring this to your attention. This is how we're supposed to work. And as I said, do not take 30 seconds and look at it from that perspective. Look at it from the perspective of the entire 2 hours of being bombarded with questions, belittled many times, talked to unprofessionally, and I still stood my ground. But they did not like that. And I simply said, we can work together. We gave them everything possible that we knew about, and we worked diligently to provide them this information. But you can clearly see this is a witch hunt for one thing or two things, and then we're going to magnify it as we did those 30 seconds. 30 seconds of a 2-hour interview in America is talking about this. I had another sheriff from Denver, Colorado to call me today and said, we have to understand this is a target on certain American sheriffs. Let's make no doubt about it. But to say you surely made history in referring to black history because I'm the only sheriff that has ever come before the Oversight Committee.
Do you think that it is solely against you or black sheriffs?
If you look at the video, this is why I said, do not take only the 30 seconds. Sure, play with the 30 seconds what you want. They have said, only you, all of the other 99 is doing what we asked them to do. Only you are are not doing what we asked them to do. It's not that I'm not doing what they asked me to do. I'm simply bringing things to their attention that is ordinarily not brought to to a committee and the representatives' attention. So I'm bringing things to their attention that they don't like. And so, is it solely against me? Look at the entire video and judge for yourself. They keep saying all 99 others except you. But you have to refer back to a meeting that certain representatives had with some people in Lexington, North Carolina, several years ago. And they said this: we will have to make them do what we asked them to do. So as a duly elected constitutional sheriff, I have to stand my ground. And I have to do what my people elect me to. They didn't like the sense of me saying, you could probably never be elected in Mecklenburg County, and I never probably be elected in your county, because our views are different. All of that should have not been done at this hearing. What should have been done at this hearing is talking about a young lady who was stabbed by a mentally challenged young man. And that's why we thought that we were there, but it seemed to be only to bamboozle us, get away that Sheriff McFadden will come here, and we will treat everybody with respect except him. And as I say, look at the entire video of the hearing, and you will see it. This was focusing on Sheriff Gary McFadden.
All right, and Sheriff, there are about 10 items on Representative's list of demands from you. So what are you doing after seeing this? What is your response to seeing the list of demands?
Oh, sure. My staff, just as we did the first time, my staff came together. You know, it takes a lot of manpower, and then we're going to pull our manpower back together again, as we did. Already had a 1 o'clock meeting today. Particular people have an assignment from bringing that to from your division, and we're going to compile it the best that we can and present it back to them. Will we be perfect? As we said, we don't know, because you may know something that we don't know, and maybe miss one. If you look at it, it is extremely broad. And will we satisfy their appetite for that? We're going to do the best that we can and present the best that we can.
Is there
and we're willing to do that.
Is there something planned then for a future date where you'll reconvene, in essence, to talk about the demand letter?
We don't know anything. They have not told us that. They didn't even tell us. They didn't even know. We don't have that.
Okay.
I mean, but you can clearly see professionalism is what we're asking for. You know, you don't need to tweet it out, but if you believe that's what you need to do, that's fine. But, you know, the correspondent said, hey, heads up, we need this. But what we're doing is sensationalizing this so we can get people riled up, which is very dangerous, because we've already got the death threats. We already got what people want to do to me. So we understand that. But what we're doing is creating a platform of violence, because people believe that we're not doing certain things, and you feed it to those out into the wilderness and out into the world, and then we have people that take this personally, not understanding it. And this is what creates the lone wolf. This is what creates the Dalen Roofs. This is what creates people like this, because we feed them and they don't have the sense to say, let us take a general look at it. We take 30 seconds and blast it across the United States. Well, let's do the whole video and look at that. The public lynching, the public display of a sheriff is on display. And that's what it looks like. I heard that many times a day.
Sheriff Gary McFadden, Mecklenburg County, thank you for joining us. I know you're pressed for time this afternoon, getting ready for a couple of other afternoon meetings. Do appreciate the time and the follow-up.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
All right. Talk soon.
All right, Jane Monreal talking to Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden there, answering some questions. So we're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to get to Washington, D.C. in just a little bit. You can see they are setting up there. This is where the president is expected to make an announcement with the administration of the EPA in the Roosevelt Room. So we will be sure to be tracking that and watching that and go to it when it is happening live. But first, we are going to head over to a North Carolina native and creative director. It's the artist behind NBA's first Black Excellence jersey, and that was designed for the Charlotte Hornets, who, by the way, won last night. Mike Jones is his name, and it's not that Mike Jones. Mike Jones. Mike Jones. Okay.
It's another Mike
It's
Jones.
another Mike Jones, who is very, very creative. So we are going to take a listen in. Nick Sturdivant did this interview with him.
Yeah. What does community mean for you, especially with, because you've done 3 Black Excellence jerseys?
Yeah.
What does that mean for you?
Man, community is everything. I feel like that's your substance, you know? Like, I never forget my boy, the Shaggy, he said, like, inspiration is always around you. It depends if you want to, like, listen to it or not. And that comes from just being around your community, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I came in here and I realized that, like especially here in this space, that Sharice was the hub of, like, Black history and community here in Charlotte. I didn't know that there were so many points that, like, people that I knew was connected to this space and to her. So it showed that she was the kind of, like, guiding point to show, like, this community is what supports you. That's what helps you make your bread. That's what helps when you down. That's what helps when you up. Like, that's the importance of substance and everything. And my dad and my parents are always very big on, like, talking about, you know, you need to be involved in your community. But I really didn't feel community as much until I moved here to Charlotte, because I didn't realize how her and Dave Butler and them were kind of the ones to be like, yo, like, this is what the city is, this is what community is. Like, if you really want to be successful, especially here, like you have to, like, I'm not saying it's necessarily being involved in the community, but if you involve in the community, it would help you a lot.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing I did. Mark was telling me, and it's like, yo, like, you got to service people that service, you can do it for love, because I feel like that's where a lot of support and a lot of things you learn from. Everybody had different walks of life. I met so many people that came through here that I would never know because it's just being a community spot, you know? And that's where just like people that's for the community, you're gonna find and adapt those different ways and they're gonna streamline you. Everything's connected in some points, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But without community's foundation, when you're not community, you have nothing, to where I feel like.
Jumping off of that, congratulations, you nominated for an Emmy.
Appreciate you.
Because with every jersey, there's a story. Can you talk about that, especially with the latest one?
Yes, for sure. I'll start briefly about like the first one. So Excellent Was Once a Dream. That was the first Black Excellent jersey I did with Charlotte FC, the MLS team here. And
Fire.
Appreciate you, man. That was my first. I was so nervous. That was the one that I'd be like,
was fire.
I was so scared.
Yeah.
Because that was the first time I ever tested my hand at design that's going just from digital and graphic to being actually on print, you know?
Yeah.
So my mentor Victor Lavinko, he owns Raleigh Workshop back in Raleigh. That's my creative hub in my space of everything, like all my creativity, like in projects birthed in that place there. So I would go back home and just work on all my projects there. He had to call it the curatory, and basically like where it is you're going, you're working on something, and just by being in the space and talking to him, he brings new levels of creativity out of you. So that jersey right there, I literally made in his workshop. That one basically was inspired by music. I have a musical tie to all my projects. Music and beautification are my pillars. I want to make stories beautiful, and I want to have a musical tie to it. That one was basically inspired by like the music and the streamline of like the Carolinas. You know what I'm saying? That like if you look, especially look at here, every person on this wall right here in Archive and everybody here, all this started with a dream. Archive started with Sharice with a dream for her. Everything starts with a dream. Everybody that was excellent all started with a dream at one point in time. Given the fact I'm okay, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was the first thing I saw. I saw the fans. Yeah.
So literally like that's how I felt excellence was being birthed. So I wanted to instill that in some ways. What's the symbolizing that and being like North Carolina? To me, like the symbolization of like, if you think of like Carolina, you look at the sky, the Carolina blue sky, the clouds, like dreams. Everybody talks about it. J. Cole, all them people talk about it. But in the ways I wanted to instill some way to kind of feel like colorful. To me, it's like I see dreams as like a big paint canvas that just has different colors and different marks everywhere, but everything makes something so beautiful. Yeah. So that's kind of how the colors kind of instilled with there, because purple represents like power and unity, and then orange is kind of like vibrant and bright, you know, and solidarity. So all those things came in that, wrapped in the gold lining of it to kind of symbolize like gold is the essence. You know what I'm saying? That was the first one. From there, birthed the Rose jersey. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Let's say Rose grew, Rose and Concrete jersey. Still Rose grew. That one was birthed off of Tupac's Rose and Concrete. Same musical tie, beautification. I wanted to be like a rose. So getting into that design, I look at like like a hurricane, and if you look at the top of a rose, it kind of looks like a hurricane. Yeah. I could be tweaking, but to me it looks kind of similar to like a hurricane, you know? So obviously like the most kind of craziest part of a hurricane is the eye of the storm. Everything's still, but there's so much going around you. You know what I'm saying? Equivalent to that, like a rose from concrete. The environment, like the rose is still beautiful, but everything around the environment is not made for that rose to grow. So kind of getting deeper into that, that's where I want to implement the rose into the hurricane thing. So I took out part of the rosebud inside of it and put the hurricane logo, like parts of it into it. And then from there, that said to show that like in the placement, people don't realize is the placement of the rose was specifically supposed to be like in the center point of your abdomen, because it'd be like you're like the rosebuds and like the rose is like blooming out of you, like you're the person, like you're the rose. Growing to saying like you can always grow in something beautiful no matter what your environment is. And then the part people love the most is the thorns on the numbers. Because there were 23 thorns that symbolized 23 players at the time, and they all grew different directions out of the numbers to show that everybody's path was so different, but it all stem lines until like getting to the same place. So that right there was probably my favorite jersey at the time. Like that one sold out in 30 minutes. How we were talking about earlier. Like my brother hit me like 2 minutes after it dropped, he was like, "Yo, this first side I already got is already sold out." I'm like, "What?" And I'm in the middle like doing a shoot with them of the jersey, and it's like dropping while I'm doing the actual shoot with them to promote it. And then after that 30 minutes, it was all gone. So like,
and I do want to point out that that money, because I remember from our previous story, went back to your basically your hometown. I mean Durham, but like basically your hometown.
Yeah, so the proceeds went to the Durham Success Summit, which they provide career readiness programs for black men in ages 18 to 24 in the Durham community. So my boy Darius Rose there, amazing guy, amazing guy, amazing initiative that he has with the Durham Success Summit. He's for the community. He really wants to pour back into the community by providing and connecting like businesses and corporations and just providing these guys the tools and resources to be ready to take on the world beyond that, beyond high school or beyond college, you know. So those things kind of stemline that. Fast forward into this most recent one, obviously I'm nominated for, and also won a Clio for.
Congratulations.
Appreciate you. Thank you. We'll get into that in a little bit, but with my job in Orange, they saw that I did the other two. We had this.
We do have that full interview on our website, WCNC Plus, also on our mobile app, so you can check that out there, the rest of that interview. But very, very cool. Switching gears now, we are going to talk about early voting in North Carolina. Yes, early voting has started. And if you're like, what the heck are we voting for now? Well, it's the primaries. So this is who you'll pick to go to the general election. And explaining all of that and all those details is our Anna King. She is live in Charlotte right now. Anna, how are you?
I'm good. Earlier today, I spoke to some officials at the Board of Elections. They kind of broke down everything, just first of all, what's on the ballot, what people can expect. But as we were there, we saw folks sitting in the lobby confused, and that kind of caught our attention. We spoke to them, and they told us that they received a letter in the mail from the state saying that it seemed that the letter was saying that they're no longer registered. So folks were coming in upset and confused, especially the older community. So that is what we will be talking about a little bit later today. Apparently the state sent out around 241,000 letters to about 241,000 voters telling them to update their information, that of which the officials at the Board of Elections told us that folks can do when they head in. So it's been a pretty interesting day on this and just trying to get as much information on this as possible so that we can help people and update them on this.
Which is so important. So thankfully we're clearing up that information because that is confusing. I would be confused too. What should we know about early voting? Just you can go in person, right? And when are the polls expected to close?
Yes, they are actually encouraging folks to come in person, especially those who received this letter, just because they're saying it's a pretty easy fix. Pretty much the system just needs to make sure that there are no typos or name changes or anything. They're just trying to get everything up to date and clear and ready to go. So they're encouraging folks to come in, and things close today at 5. But of course, early voting continues throughout the rest of this month. So.
Great. Anna, thank you so much. Always important to keep, the community not confused, our job. So really appreciate you, Anna, and we will expect your story tonight.
All righty. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to take a quick break right here on WCNC Plus, but keep it right here because we are expecting the president to make an announcement soon. So we are watching that. So you don't want to miss it. So keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Watching live Impact News on WCNC Plus. The time is 1:38. We're going to get over to Washington, D.C., where President Trump is making an announcement with the administrator of the EPA. He is in the Roosevelt Room, so let's take a listen in.
As the endangerment finding, this determination had no basis in fact, had none whatsoever, and it had no basis in law. On the contrary, over the generations, fossil fuels have saved millions of lives and lifted billions of people out of poverty and all over the world. And you see it with the blackouts all over where they don't use it, where they went to wind, intermittent wind, which is weak and ineffective and very, very costly, most costly energy there is. And people are dying because there was no air conditioning or there was no heating. Lots of other things, bad things happened. And yet this radical rule became the legal foundation for the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, probably as great, maybe even greater than Russia hoax, etc., which the Obama and Biden administration used to destroy countless jobs. And the jobs have been just decimated. Although they're all coming back because of tariffs, they're all coming back into our country at levels we've never seen before. But it raised prices and caused immense harm to the U.S. auto industry. We thought irreparable, but we've got them back. We're coming back now. I was in Detroit, as you know, with Ford, and they had one of the earliest plants from the early 1900s, and it was going to be closed down. And then when I won, they said, let's keep it open for a little while. Let's see what happens. And they just announced, as you know, they're going 24 hours around the clock with that same plant that was going to be closed because of what we've done. For example, under the endangerment finding, they forced the hated start-stop feature onto American consumers, which unnecessarily shuts off a car's engine when you stop at a red light. In other words, the engine goes off. That's great. The endangerment finding was also used to impose the massive and really very expensive electric vehicle mandate, expensive in the sense that nobody wanted it. Everybody was going to be forced to buy an electric car in a very short period of time, even though you can't power the car because we would have had to spend $5 trillion on power stations. That's all dead, gone, over. These crippling restrictions were a major factor in driving up car prices to unprecedented levels, and the car that you were getting was not nearly as good. In 4 years under the Biden administration, the price of a new and used car rose more than 22%, all to facilitate the Green New Scam without achieving any meaningful impact on the environment, but making the car worse. That is why, effective immediately, we are repealing the ridiculous endangerment finding and terminating all additional green emission standards imposed unnecessarily on vehicle models and engines between 2012 and 2027 and beyond. This action will save American consumers trillions of dollars and will lower the average cost of a new vehicle by close to $3,000. Think of that. During my campaign, I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every new regulation. And we've exceeded that. We've instead done it 10 regulations. We were able to cut 129. So now we cut 129. So think of that. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every new one, but we did more than 10. We did 129. It's something, nobody can even believe it. So we did a lot of regulation cutting in the first administration, a record, nobody even close to it now. We're actually exceeding it in this administration. The biggest one yet that we've done is happening right now. So perhaps no industry has benefited more from our historic deregulation campaign than the U.S. auto industry. We canceled the EPA's absurd, just totally absurd, tailpipe emission standards, which was a disaster for automobile manufacturing, and revoked Biden's emissions waiver that would have allowed California to regulate automobiles for the entire nation. And they're crazy out in California. They have nothing but trouble out there, as you know. That's why people are leaving in record numbers. I also ended Joe Biden's extreme CAFE emission standards, saving the average American consumer much more than $1,000 when they buy a new car, but now we're talking about close to $3,000. These regulation cuts, combined with our tax cuts and tariffs, are the reason why the world's largest automakers have announced that they're going to be spending in excess of $100 billion in the United States in the next very short period of time building new auto plants. We're bringing our auto plants, assembly plants, and factories roaring back to life, not even mentioning AI and all of the other things. We're building thousands of businesses in the United States. And if you remember, on my first day, they said if I could ever get the Dow up to 1,000 in my last year, in other words, in the fourth year, that it would be an unbelievable miracle. But don't worry about it, because it'll never happen, they said. And if I could get the S&P up to 7,000, they said, in the fourth year, they said it will never happen. Let's not even talk about it. I have things. Let's not even waste our time talking about it. Well, at the very end of my first year, the Dow hit 50,000. Now it's over 50,000. And 3 days before that, the S&P hit 7,000. So we didn't have to wait till the end of the fourth year. We just waited till the end of the first year. We've never had a country in a position like this, and a lot of it's due to tariffs, and a lot of it's due to the fact that we had a great election, and a lot of good things have been done. One of the good things I did was put Lee Zeldin in charge of our environment. So I'm going to ask Lee to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a big deal. Under President Trump's leadership today, the Trump EPA has finalized the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America. Referred to by some as the holy grail of federal regulatory overreach, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding is now eliminated. This action will save American taxpayers over $1.3 trillion. What that means is lower prices, more choices, and an end of heavy-handed climate policies. With today's announcement, American families will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. 16 years ago, an ideological crusade within the Obama administration set off the most costly regulatory power grab our country has ever experienced. The 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding led to trillions of dollars in regulations that strangled entire sectors of the United States economy, including the American auto industry. It claimed new powers over the vehicles we drive, even though the best reading of the Clean Air Act clearly states otherwise. The Obama and Biden administrations used it to steamroll into existence a left-wing wish list of costly climate policies, electric vehicle mandates, and other requirements that assaulted consumer choice and affordability. And who paid the biggest price? Hardworking families, small businesses, millions of Americans who just want a reliable, affordable car to get to work, take their kids to school, or go to church on Sunday. The endangerment finding and the regulations that were based on it didn't just regulate emissions. It regulated and targeted the American dream. And now the endangerment finding is hereby eliminated, as well as all greenhouse gas emission standards that followed. The red tape has been cut. Manufacturers will no longer be burdened by measuring, compiling, or reporting greenhouse gas emissions for vehicles and engines. And the forced transition to electric vehicles is eliminated. No longer will automakers be pressured to shift their fleets towards electric vehicles, vehicles that are still sitting unsold on dealer lots all across America. And as a cherry on top, we are ending the federal government's push to get manufacturers to install that Obama switch, the almost universally despised start-stop feature. There will be no more climate participation trophies awarded to manufacturers for making Americans' cars die at every red light and stop sign. It's over, done, finished. Under President Trump's leadership, vehicle manufacturers can once again build what Americans want, not what politicians and bureaucrats in Washington demand. President Trump campaigned on reviving the auto industry, and he continues to deliver win after win after win, ending electric vehicle mandates, getting rid of the Biden Cafe standards with Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, and securing massive new U.S. manufacturing investments and all of the jobs that come with it. Affordable cars mean opportunity. That means jobs, healthcare, education, and mobility, especially for working families and rural Americans who rely on their vehicles every single day. And this isn't just about making the American economy boom. It's also about restoring the rule of law, a fundamental principle of our great republic. For years, unelected bureaucrats twisted the Clean Air Act into something it was never meant to be. The Obama administration twisted itself into some kind of mental pretzel to invoke authority it didn't have and to sidestep Congress. They claimed that 6 greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles, some of which aren't even emitted from vehicles and trucks, contribute some amount above zero to global climate change, what they said endangered public health. But their wild web of mental leaps isn't prescribed in federal statute. The Obama EPA's House of Cards upended the best reading of the Clean Air Act, as well as 50 years of EPA precedent on what constitutes regulable air pollution. In the 16 years that intervened, the Supreme Court has established clear precedent in Loper Bright Enterprises and West Virginia versus EPA. And in light of these Supreme Court decisions and other developments, upon his swearing in last year, President Trump immediately tasked on day one submitting requirements, recommendations, research on the legality and continued applicability of the 2009 endangerment finding. And at Trump's speed, he wanted that research and recommendation turned around instantly. We looked at the Clean Air Act. We looked at what the highest court in the land had said, and we used a very simple metric. If Congress didn't authorize it, EPA shouldn't be doing it. Congress never voted for these climate mandates inside of Section 202 of the Clean Air Act. If Congress wants EPA to regulate the heck out of greenhouse gases emitted from motor vehicles, then Congress can clearly make that the law, which they haven't done, for good reason. Today, we dismantle the tactics and legal gymnastics used by the Obama and Biden administrations to backdoor their ideological agendas on the American people. Following the plain language of the law, we have now realigned EPA's rulemaking to reflect the Clean Air Act exactly as it is written and as Congress intended, not as others might wish it to be. Where our predecessors focused on trying to make and please a few fear-mongering climate alarmists, the Trump EPA is making decisions to benefit all Americans based on common sense and reality. And the American people are tired of paying the price of political games. Last November, they voted for an administration that would listen to them. They told us that the price of a newer, safer vehicle was too high. They told us they didn't want cars that shut off at every red light. They told us dealers were sitting on lots filled with electric vehicles that nobody wanted or were buying. The Trump EPA listened. We heard you and we acted. And today's action does not change regulations on traditional air pollutants and air toxics. This EPA is committed to providing clean air for all Americans. Powering the great American comeback is based on the singular focus of providing clean air, land, and water for all Americans while harnessing the greatness of the American economy. That's a big difference from our predecessor. We believe that we can and must choose both. If you want an electric vehicle, buy one. If you want a diesel truck, then buy that. If you want a gas-powered vehicle or a hybrid, well, more power to you. That's what freedom and choice look like. We're restoring the rule of law, we're grounding policy in reality, we're giving power back to the American people. And we're bringing back the American dream stronger than ever before. EPA will never waver on its core mission of protecting human health and the environment, and this administration knows we can do that while ushering in the golden age of America. To recap, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding and all greenhouse gas emission standards on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles that followed is eliminated. American families now will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. Today, the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, over $1.3 trillion, the elimination of the endangerment finding is signed, sealed, and delivered.
Thank you, Lee. That was long, but good. It was good. Maybe I should say great. It was great, and we appreciate it. Would you have anything to say, Russ? Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Literally no other president would have done this to get at the foundations of the Green New Deal, so tremendously excited that we are where we are today. Great work by Lee. I'm a little worried that this next year will be, EPA alone will be dereg east by the number of things that are going to come out of EPA. So great work to the team. $1.3 trillion in savings, massive historical opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Please. Would you like to speak? You're worthy of it. Good man.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a historic day led by President Trump's leadership. No other president, as Russ said, would have undertaken this and at the speed we did. It was a great team effort. This is the model of the Trump administration, everyone working together, mission aligned.
And Lee is also working on cleaning up the horrible situation with regard to farm equipment. You could use John Deere as an example, and other companies where tractors are unbelievably expensive and don't work as well because of all of the environmental nonsense that was put on them. Also excavators, any equipment like that, bulldozers, Caterpillar tractor would be a beneficiary, I guess, but the people are going to be a beneficiary because the equipment's going to be a lot less expensive, and it's going to also, most importantly, it's going to work much better. Much better. So we're working on that immediately as we speak. It will probably make it so that any of that equipment built in the United States will not have to go through this. If it's built outside, I think we'll probably leave the standard the same. If people are going to send us equipment, let them have that standard for whatever it's worth, which is not much. And I think that's a very big announcement, too, and we're going to see if we can get that done very quickly so that all of that equipment that we have made, including lawnmowers, et cetera, you won't have to go to the finest schools in the world in order to figure out how to operate it. Okay? So any questions, please?
President Trump, thank you for this. And after this much-supported move to roll back the former EPA's endangerment finding, what additional steps do you plan on taking to scale back what many are calling climate industry scams? Specifically, and Secretary Zeldin knows about these wind turbines they're trying to bring to New York. Judges allowing them to be rebuilt right near your hometown in Jamaica, Queens. They're being called a national security threat for air traffic coming into the airport. What could you do to make sure these things don't
Well, we're
destroy
trying to
the
make sure it doesn't happen, and we've basically stopped all windmills in this country. It's the most expensive energy you can get. They're all made in China, a little bit in Germany, but mostly in China. And we're putting them all over our fields and ruining the fields and killing the birds and all of this. And the environmentalists say they like them, but they really are a tremendous eyesore. They've ruined. Europe has gone, as you know, it's gone to it. Europe isn't even recognizable anymore between immigration and because of, you know, environmental things like the windmills, which are taking over. The people hate them. The energy is by far the most expensive. And we're fighting very hard to make sure that they don't get built. I hope we don't have one built during my administration. We inherited some contracts where they've gone down the line a little bit. We're trying to terminate them for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons, as you had mentioned, it's endangerment for the military. It's also endangerment for airliners. So we're trying to take care of those situations now. They should have never been allowed in the first place. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking
Sure.
questions. What do you tell Americans who...
You can hear the president is asking questions now, but what he was saying is that they're rolling back the EPA's endangerment that was put in place in 2009. And it did find certain greenhouse gases endangered public health and welfare. President claiming this will save trillions of dollars by rolling these endangerment findings back. So we are going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, and guess what?
The girls
We're
are
back, baby! We're taking over your
do you hear that?
rooms.
Whether you like it or
Sharif
not,
running
we're
down the
taking
hallway,
over.
running in.
No, not again.
Stop it!
It's like a herd of cattle just going in here, like, stop what you're doing.
Yeah. So we're the three best friends. No, I'm just kidding. You're in here to talk.
Hashtag not. Hashtag
Britt's
not
back.
You're here to talk about the drought, actually, Brittany. And you know, what if some things that people need to know? We're not on notice yet for anything like watering or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay.
But what I do think is interesting is that when I was writing my web article on this, which is already posted on the website if you're interested, so we're having basically the similar conditions to last time we had these was August of 2008. And that was after a very prolonged, really dry spell that essentially started winter of 2006 to 2007 and lasted all the way basically till the end of 2008. And there were a lot of significant water restrictions. If you look at Lake Norman water levels from that time, they were insane. There was about 39 different municipalities, towns, cities that had significant water restrictions for months and months. And really, it wasn't until the spring of 2008 that we started to see improvement for the eastern side of the Carolinas. And then eventually, it really wasn't until the fall, August months that we saw improvement here. And actually, Tropical Storm Bay brought us a lot of rain, which did help eventually. And that was in August of 2008. So it's just kind of interesting to look back on what happened in the past, meaning, you know, you kind of hypothetically think there is a chance that that could happen in this case. Again, as of right now, I think I mentioned this when we were here together about an hour ago. Monroe, back on January 28th, did issue a stage 1 water restriction, which is voluntary. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if more towns, cities started to see these, whether or not they're voluntary. They could eventually, you know, be even and odd days, things like that. So if there is anything that you already know of that you could do to kind of limit your water usage, it's probably a good idea to do that, not just for the drought, but also just for the environment. It's always good to conserve energy and water. So let's talk numbers here. We've essentially been in drought conditions since the latter half of the fall. And so far, over the last 60 days, we've essentially gone from a level 1 and 2 for most of the states to now a level 1, a level 2 for everybody, and now widespread severe drought from pretty much all the western Carolinas toward the eastern side. And also keep in mind, we saw a lot of significant rainfall at the end of fall, right before kind of these conditions did start. So it's pretty interesting to see that it's not just here in the western side of the Carolinas, but also the eastern side, which did have more rain just a few months ago. And then it's those tiny little pockets there you see of red. That's kind of the biggest change that we've seen so far. So that is an extreme drought. Again, for perspective, August 2008, I said this to Carlene and Meg earlier, it's kind of interesting to think about how long ago that was, because for the millennials in the room, which is all three of us, we feel like 2008 was yesterday, but it was actually almost 17 and a half years ago to the day. 6,379 days since we've seen conditions this bad. So this is a little graph of basically 2026 all the way to 2000. So you can see the big peaks there, 2007, 2008, where we had all of that red. This is for the level 3, it's technically a level 4 drought, but they call it D3, which is the extreme drought. And then you can actually look back to the early part of the 2000s, and there were a few peaks here and there. The skinniness of the line essentially represents how long it lasted. So you can see that the 2007, 2008 was very long. In fact, it is recorded by the NC State Climate Office as one of the worst droughts that we've seen in recorded history. And just remember that Charlotte's overall weather and climate conditions date back to 1878, so about 150 years. So again, I already gave you guys that number, but August 26, 2008 was the last time that the U.S. Drought Monitor recorded extreme droughts in Charlotte, and that was just under 6,400 days ago. So what happens after a drought, right, when we get rain, is that everybody is happy because we need the rain so desperately. But it also can have other smaller impacts that are more short term. So first things first is that when we have a long period without rain, and just keep in mind, this is a side note here, but we did have a snowstorm 2 weekends ago, and then we had an ice storm the weekend before. And so a lot of people have been like, well, we saw moisture. And that is true. We did see moisture. But remember that, first of all, the water content in snow is very low because it's about 90% air. But even the water content in ice is pretty low too. We've only seen about 0.5 inches of rain so far this entire year. So first of all, we're still 3 inches below average. So again, I know recently we've had a snow and an ice storm, so everybody thinks we've seen moisture, but that's not nearly as much moisture as you see with just traditional rain. So first thing that happens is when you're driving on the roadways, you get oil, debris that accumulates on the road. So when it hasn't rained in a while, it's kind of sticking there because it's not getting that natural wash off. And so it can actually make the roads slicker. Now this could be an issue Monday if we didn't have the kids out of school. So I am happy about that because most of this rain is falling on Sunday. So hopefully by the time most of these impacts, oil, debris, Monday has passed, Tuesday should be good. So while this is something I want people to keep in mind if they have to travel on Sunday or Monday morning, like those of us who do have to work on Mondays, who work in news, who aren't off, I just do want to point out that that's a positive. Similar to when we had the ice storm, the fact that it was Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, so a lot of kids were out of school on Monday. The second thing is it can cause flooding. And this actually did happen with Fran back in 2008, where we hadn't seen substantial rain in such a long time. Your first idea of rain after a drought, again, like I said, is good. But when it's been so long, you essentially get a very dry, cracked soil. Like your face when you haven't moisturized in a while, honestly. You think of how tight that is.
Yeah.
So when you start to put on like lotion for the first time, how it kind of takes a little bit of almost like massaging, to kind of get it in there. That's similar to the way that you can think about the soil. So it's so tight and cracked that it takes a really long time for you to kind of percolate things in and kind of like almost like moisten the area to kind of like let it get in there. But when you have a lot of rain in a short period of time, it's not willing to take the time, right, to get in there. It's not willing to take the massaging of the lotion in order to moisturize. So it essentially flies off. Kind of like if I just like threw lotion at Carlene's face, like if she hadn't moisturized in a while, it would just slip right off.
Would you mind?
Honestly, I could bring some to you. But so just that idea, right? It's because it's not really like absorbing as efficiently versus a non-drought situation where we maybe had rain 2 weeks ago, it's dry now, but it's happened recently. You have lesser dry, cracked soil, it's been moisturized recently, so it's essentially more willing to accept it. So again, there's two kind of things we're watching, is the fact that the roadways could be a little bit slicker because of the oil and debris, since we haven't seen rain in such a long time. Again, we're 3 inches below average. But the second thing is if there are any pockets of heavy rain, we'll want to watch for a risk for flooding. Because again, if we had seen rain 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, our soil essentially is just more willing to kind of accept that versus a long period of time without drought conditions. So we've seen this very often in the fall months after we haven't seen rain in quite some time. But this is something, I mean, I personally, Meg's the same way, Carlene, you've been here longer, but moved here in 2021. We have not seen drought conditions of this magnitude. Carlene, late 20-teens, but this is just not something that people are used to. So I just think that we just need to be watching this, preparing for it. It's something our team has been talking about for a few months now. And while we never want to make it seem like we're overhyping something, it's kind of been a slow burn here with how bad the drought conditions have been. But when we noted, what I think was very noticeable when we got this most recent update is like how it's been bad for a while, but this was a more significant update than probably we thought. And a lot of this has to do with not just lack of recent rainfall and not just the time of year, but the fact that they've been doing some tests of our soil levels, and we're so significantly dry, which again increases the risk for flooding. But we're also seeing less stream flow and less water in our basins. Because think about the water cycle, you know, when you get a lot of rain, we have aquifers and water basins that are nearby that you can kind of tap into with drought conditions. Now, on top of not seeing rain in a while, now those are lower too. So it's kind of like a 1-2 punch here. So again, something our team will be talking about over the next few weeks, but we just want to make sure people are staying aware. Drought is getting worse. Certainly is a possibility that over the next few weeks and months, if we don't see a significant soaking rain, that there could be additional water restrictions. And most of the Piedmont at some point during that long-term 2007, 2008, drought season, most people at some point had some sort of water restriction put in place across the Piedmont. And it was most of the state, but the Piedmont definitely saw it worse, as well as the mountain communities too, which we know their flooding risk is a little bit higher in general too, just because of increased elevation. So
because it's winter, wouldn't it be you don't want water restrictions, but because it's not like summertime when you're going to be using more water and things like that, wouldn't it be better to do it like now during the winter time when you would think water consumption is a bit lower? So like people aren't watering their lawns in the winter time. Your lawns are dead.
100%.
Yeah.
So there's kind of like a two-part answer to that. In theory, yes. It almost would have been better if we'd seen these conditions like in December or early January, because you're closer to like the beginning of winter. Now the issue is that since we're in February, we're in the last month of meteorological winter, and the spring growing season is coming up a lot faster than you think. So absolutely, the answer to your question is yes. But ideally, if you're going to do those maybe like earlier in the winter time, so you're not so close to the growing season, because if we don't see a significant soaking rain like over the next few weeks and months, I mean, most of the growing season here, and this is just in the Piedmont specifically, I'm talking about Charlotte, most of our growing season normally kicks off around April 1st. But the last few years, it's been a little bit earlier because we've had these like warmer kind of ends of February, early Marches. If you remember 2 years ago, remember we had the earliest start to the pollen season. It started like mid-February. All of that was because of an early start to spring, essentially. And so if we have an earlier start, that would essentially be worse.
Okay.
So yes, absolutely.
However.
Also, there's less evaporation from the sun during winter compared to summer. Like think about a summer thunderstorm where like the water hits the ground, it almost looks like it disappears immediately. It like almost looks like steam coming up. So yeah, it's better to have it now than then. It's just kind of more concerning for people who probably work in like the agriculture field.
Right.
We've had issues in the last few years with certain crops like strawberry crops, cherry crops, things like that, when we've had these like really early, starts to spring and then big freezes. We've kind of already seen issues the last few years with a lot, like peaches, same thing, with these like big temperature swings causing, early starts or late starts, or issues with an early start and then a big freeze. And so it's just kind of, they always say with anything, like kind of things compound on each other. Sure. Whether that's trauma from the weather, trauma from something else. And so this is just kind of something that I'm sure farmers and other people, again, who work in agriculture are watching, because it could be like a compounded issue on top of issues that we've had in years past.
Okay.
So, but that was a great question. Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're so smart.
Oh my gosh. That's
Well, both of you guys are, but that was a fantastic question.
You're so supportive.
Thanks,
wow.
guys.
Thank you. Brittany, always a pleasure. So happy
Love
you're
you.
here.
Yeah, I love you too.
Yeah.
My brags.
The
Brags and Brit.
Brags and Brit. Make it a show.
I was thinking about other words that started with B after we were leaving.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, well, I was
Bonita.
gonna say Bills,
Bills.
but then I was gonna say Brad. Can't forget about our friend Brad. I was thinking about other people in the building who had B names.
Brags,
Yeah.
Brit, and Brad.
Yeah. Bills.
Okay.
Bonita.
I was gonna say.
We're working on
I was
the
gonna
name.
say. I was gonna say
workshopping
beer.
it.
We're workshopping it. Throw us your ideas.
Yeah.
No, I
Send them
was gonna
in.
say beer, but I was gonna say not at work.
Call in.
Plus, I don't
Let
know.
us know.
Let us know.
Curly
This is a call-in show now. No, no. Yeah, can
what's
you
another-
Saying it like it is. It's not a college show, but
Okay,
you know.
technically, it's kind of like a text-in show. Because
Yes,
remember during like
sure.
the winter storms, you could text in questions and stuff.
We all have social medias. If you want to
Yeah.
reach out, reach
Oh.
out.
Reach out.
We're available. We're nice.
Hear from you. No, I mean,
No,
nice,
yeah.
nice
Please reach
people.
out.
Yeah.
Yes.
We love hearing from
Please
nice
not if you're yelling at me because it's not snowing, but
Yeah.
yes, otherwise, please reach out.
Yeah.
Yay.
Thanks,
Okay,
Brett.
Brittany.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Love you so much.
Love you so much.
Don't love the drought, but I love you guys.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break on WCNC Plus, but keep it right here. We are going to head over to Washington, D.C. to the Senate floor. That's Lindsey Graham right now talking. It looks like lawmakers are debating right now. Graf says sanctuary cities policy. So looks like they're talking about immigration. Let's listen in.
You let him send people into the interior on planes, trains, and automobiles. Only God knows what happened, who's here. You sat by and you did nothing. And here's what I've learned about my friends on the Democratic side. They're never going to agree to deport anybody because all their proposals make it pretty much impossible to deport anybody. Body cameras, that makes sense. If you want to find out how to make ICE more professional, count me in. But your proposal is to require a judicial warrant to deport somebody. Can you imagine how many judges you would need if you got 15 million illegal people here to go get a warrant from a judge? This is not a criminal proceeding. This is an administrative proceeding. The president, as the Commander-in-Chief, has the ability to detain and deport people administratively. You don't need a federal judge. You're trying to create a mechanism so we will fail cleaning up your mess. We got elected to clean up your mess. We're going to hold ICE agents accountable if they went too far. Tom Homan went to Minnesota to turn the heat down. Great. Democratic politicians all over this country have been turning the heat up. You're wedded to lousy, dangerous policies. Senator Murphy, why don't you get Connecticut right with federal law? Here's what's happened. We got 12 sanctuary states, 200 plus sanctuary communities, 25,000 people. ICE has requested a detainer, ignored for 2 years. States have refused to work with ICE for 25,000 people that have a detainer at the federal level. Sanctuary city law is a magnet for future legal immigration. Sanctuary city policies are full of fraud, like in Minneapolis. They bring out the worst in the system, not the best, and it breaks down law and order. We've been talking for weeks about you want to fix things. You're blocking a debate. I can't believe I'm here. I thought we were going to work together to try to find out how to reform ICE and also address the bottom line problem, which is sanctuary city law abuse. That's the problem, not ICE, not Miller, not me, not Noam. Policies that have been in place that entice more illegal immigration. Every Democratic senator turned the other way during the 4 years of Biden. You didn't do anything to bring reason to chaos. How many of you spoke about Lincoln Raleigh? Talking about children being abused. How many thousands of people have been raped and abused, stolen, and mistreated because of this invasion of illegal immigrants from virtually all over the world, with people from gangs, you name it. So you never talk about the victims. You just want to talk about TV in Minnesota. I'm all for these ICE agents being reviewed. I'm all for making them more professional. But I'm not all for stopping the mandate that President Trump was given, which is to deal with illegal immigration and the criminal elements therein. So I have legislation, it's S-3805, and it says if a state or local official does not turn over to the federal government an illegal immigrant who's facing criminal charges, been convicted or facing criminal charges, then that state or local official can go to jail. You have an obligation under federal law to turn these people over. Sanctuary states and cities, 25,000 ICE detainers denied. 25,000 people that should be deported have not been turned over to the federal government because of these 12 states and these 200 sanctuary cities. Let's get to the root cause of the problem. So, Mr. President, I'm going to ask unanimous consent that we vote on S-3805 that would make it a crime for a state or local official not to turn over to federal authorities a criminal illegal immigrant. Somebody's charged with a crime or convicted with a crime, and if you don't turn them over, you would face punishment. That will stop illegal sanctuary city policy. If people knew they would go to jail for breaking federal law, I think they would stop. You've had weeks, and we're not even debating. You're never going to change. If you want to have immigration policed, our Democratic friends will never be there for you. They turned their back on you and your family and allowed this nation to be invaded by 10, 15, 20 million people, who the hell knows. We're trying to fix it. We're trying to fix it, and we're not going to give up. And until you change the policies, you never stop illegal immigration. If there are 12 states, Mr. President, that have sanctuary status, they'll keep coming. All they got to do is get to one of these states. It's magnets for future illegal immigration. It breaks down law and order, and it needs to stop. So, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 318 S3805. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Recognize the senator from California.
Mr. President, I understand that this is a very important subject for my passionate colleague from South Carolina, but also think there's a very fundamental misunderstanding, at a minimum, about what sanctuary policies are and what sanctuary policies are not. Now, as I was listening to my colleague, he's tried to paint a picture of sanctuary states or sanctuary cities as nothing but lawless. And I get that's maybe a favorite soundbite for right-wing media, but the fact of the matter is it's not true. Sanctuary policies do not mean that there are no laws or that the federal government can no longer enforce federal law in those jurisdictions. What sanctuary policies are is simply an affirmation that immigration enforcement is the job of the federal government, and that state and local authorities cannot be co-opted or forced into performing inherently federal responsibilities. It means that while federal agencies carry out immigration enforcement, state and local law enforcement will choose to focus their time, their energy, their resources on public safety in the local communities. So let me say that again, as clearly as I can. Sanctuary policies do not prevent ICE from going into any state or any city to arrest the violent criminals that the administration says they're after when they're being released from prison. And by the way, it's not like ICE does not know when someone is arrested. In fact, the federal government is notified every single time an individual is booked into a jail or prison. This means nothing is preventing ICE from picking up individuals when they are released from custody. But instead of prioritizing picking up the dangerous, violent criminals they talk so much about, what's ICE doing instead? They're out roaming streets in communities across the country and arresting people based on the color of their skin or the language that they speak or their perceived occupation. There's now a term for this, by the way. These are now known as the Kavanaugh stops because of Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh, and by extension that majority of the Supreme Court sanctioning this practice. It's wrong. Now, I know my colleagues disagree with sanctuary policies as they are, official, technical. He describes sanctuary policies as, quote, killing this country. I've heard that a few times. And that by enacting sanctuary policies, leaders in these states are somehow, quote, openly defying federal law. Again, wrong. You can have your own opinion, but you can't own the facts. Far from defying federal law, courts have actually upheld sanctuary laws and policies. I'll reference just one. In the 1997 ruling in Prince versus United States, Justice Scalia wrote, quote, "The federal government may neither issue directives requiring the states to address particular problems, nor command the state's officers or those of their political subdivisions to administer or enforce a federal regulatory program. Such commands are fundamentally incompatible with our constitutional system of dual sovereignty." End quote. That sure doesn't sound like anyone is defying any federal law to me, and nobody's accusing Justice Scalia as having been a left-wing radical. And yes, we do have more recent examples of courts rejecting the Trump administration's attempts to strong-arm cities and states into acting as federal immigration agents. Let me just say this. These policies that my Republican colleagues are determined to attack are not the reason for the chaos that the American people have been watching in horror unfold in the cities of Los Angeles and Chicago and Minneapolis and so many others. Sanctuary policies aren't the reason why American cities and citizens are being pepper sprayed or tear gassed, beaten, unlawfully detained, or even fatally shot in broad daylight like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. What's endangering the American people's safety and security is an out-of-control administration that has empowered a masked paramilitary force of ICE and CBP agents to act with impunity, without accountability, without oversight, and without consequences. If we truly want to talk about public safety, then we need to be talking about reining in an out-of-control Department of Homeland Security, not scapegoating states and cities who choose to prioritize their local resources for their local public safety. So for the sake of the American people's safety and well-being, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, yes.
I recognize the senator
Thank you.
from
I'll
South
wrap
Carolina.
It up quick. Thank you, my good friend, Senator Padilla. Number one, we're going to have an election in November. Senator Padilla says that sanctuary policies are not part of the problem. I think they are. I think the American people believe that when 12 states refuse to cooperate with the federal government when it comes to enforcing federal law, they become sanctuary states and cities. It entices more illegal immigration. You know why we're not voting on my amendment? Because most people don't agree with him and they're afraid to vote. The only reason we're not voting on my amendment is because you'd have to go back and tell the country why you voted against stopping sanctuary city policy that is one of the biggest magnets of legal immigration, leads to massive fraud and a breakdown of law and order. The parties are in two different places. Democrats, through Senator Padilla, believe that sanctuary policies are no problem. The Republicans, including me and President Trump, believe we'll never have orderly immigration until you get to the root cause of the problem. You got 12 very liberal states, 200 cities that refuse to work with the federal government to turn over people subject to deportation. I have an amendment that's being blocked that would make it a crime for a state or federal official who has custody of a legal immigrant facing criminal charges or been convicted of criminal charges. It'd be a crime for them not.
Lindsey Graham speaking there. They're talking about immigration sanctuary cities. And when we come back, we are going to talk to Miles Harris because he is actually in Charlotte and he was looking at long lines at the Department of Homeland Security right here in Charlotte. So we're going to take a quick break, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Time now is 2:35. Joining us now is our very own Miles Harris. Hi, Miles.
Hello, how we doing?
Good. I am good. Okay, so you went to DHS this morning.
Correct.
I really want to know, like, what time were you there and the lines?
You're like reading my mind right now.
I
was
know.
really about to break this down for you. So yeah, we went to the Department of Homeland Security here, the Charlotte location, and we got there just like probably like 10:45,
Okay.
like before 11 o'clock, because it's not far from our station. And so we had seen on social media yesterday that there were long lines. I think they had close to maybe like 200 people waiting out line, in line trying to get help from DHS, anybody in the building when it comes to maybe it's immigration check-ins, mandatory check-ins, just trying to get any type of resource, help, information.
Sure.
Went there again today, and not 200 people, but you definitely saw dozens of people. You saw people waiting out in that line.
We have the video up actually.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right
So you
there.
can see, like, people are just like camped out.
Yeah.
And there were even people in cars that were sleeping there from maybe even the night before or getting there even hours before they had opened.
Wow.
Just trying to get some type of help, information, or answers. And so what I'll say is that we got there around 10:45, and we were there probably till about like 1 o'clock or so. Never saw anybody open that door.
Wow.
And so. And that's kind of the consensus that we also got from the people that waited in the line as well. They had got there before their doors had opened up at 8 o'clock. In some cases, they were there, like I said, the night before. Some people got there as early as 4 o'clock in the morning, just trying to get into the front of the line, hoping to get that help or information.
And nothing.
And it's just like, there's not a whole lot of communication going on right there, and not a lot of information. So that's what's keeping a lot of people that are waiting to get that help in limbo.
Right.
And so I know that we've done this story before, and I believe it was like last summer or so, and there's a lot of concern from people that are trying to go and do these mandatory check-ins because they might, for example, have a date or a deadline that they need to meet.
Yeah.
But it'll pass because they're not getting the information or help that they need because of DHS and the situation that's going on right now.
And
at that too, so.
I mean, I know Miles Harris, incredible reporter, but did when you reached out to DHS, because I'm sure you did.
Yes.
What did they say anything? Are they not answering you?
We are still waiting for a response.
Yeah.
So I did send out an email when we got there asking, one, any comment, response to the lines that we're still seeing here, but also what is your staffing looking like right now?
Yeah.
Are you guys fully staffed to deal with the demand? And we are still waiting for that response, hoping to get that answer or just some insight from their end so that we're obviously doing our due diligence of understanding what's going on as well.
Yep.
But it's hard to tell or go understand what's going on inside the building if the building doors aren't opening either. So.
And when you were speaking to people, what were they saying? They were just mostly there for information, or their dates coming up? Or?
So some people, for example, some people were like, we're trying to pay a bond or trying to get information on a bond, and the bond deadline for that is, let's say, Tuesday. If we wait here all day and we don't get that answer, they're only open for people for these check-ins or these walk-ins Tuesday through Thursday.
Okay.
So if they don't get help today, and they're only open until 2 o'clock. So there's only like a limited time frame of when they can even get this information or help right now. And so this is just the information that we're getting from people on the ground as well. And so that's just the concern, the fear, the understanding that we're getting from people. And so they're just trying to, in a lot of cases, do things by the right way.
Yep.
They're just not getting a whole lot of response on the other end.
Wow.
I have a question that's kind of like, forgive me for not knowing this,
Yes.
but like I know that this DHS office is like the only one in the Charlotte area.
Yes.
Could somebody travel to like the one in Raleigh or Greensboro? Like, can you, or do you
So
have to go
I will
to
tell
that
you,
office
we talked to an immigration attorney that was in line as well. She said
Okay.
people have come from Raleigh and other places
to get to here?
this
So it's
location.
the same. Okay.
So it's like that everywhere.
Yeah.
And they
So-
see, it seems like, wow.
Just trying to push for answers is what
Yeah,
it looks like as well.
absolutely.
And so, hoping to get an answer from DHS as far as like what they're seeing on their end of stuff. But I mean, this is pretty consistent from what we had seen yesterday and the past couple of times we had been in DHS as well. But yeah, people are just trying to get help and information from DHS with that one too. So.
Well, we really appreciate you doing this story and shedding light on that. So thank you so much for being here,
Of
Miles.
course. Thanks,
Yeah.
Megan.
All right. We are going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Watching live Impact News on WCNC Plus. No, what am I trying to say, Carlene? No stranger, no lie, no. Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to.
Y'all,
it's been a week.
We're tired.
I'm trying to think of the saying, but I lost the saying. So I'm just going to say that it's been absolutely beautiful outside and that I've loved this week. And so it's gorgeous.
I haven't been outside the last 2 hours. So
Okay.
I think it's pretty outside.
It's, well, yeah, I think it's nice. It's a little colder than it was when we saw 70s, but let's head over to Majestic Storm. She's going to give us an update on our weather right now.
Well, good Thursday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm, and today we have another pleasant day ahead. We will have increasing cloud coverage as we're heading into the afternoon, but as you can see, not too bad out there in Lylesville coming in from Anson County, and really most of us look like that. We will have mainly cloudy skies by the time the day is over, but wrapping up our day and heading into tomorrow, we have another really nice day ahead. Breaking down a few things, low 60-degree temperatures for our highs, so about 10 degrees cooler than yesterday. Waking up tomorrow morning, yeah, it's Friday. Temperatures will be really a little chilly into the low to mid 30s, so grab that heavier jacket. You're going to want to make sure those kids are bundled up as they're heading off to the bus stop. Dry tomorrow, and then this upcoming weekend, it is our Valentine's weekend. Saturday looks fine. Sunday we have rain on the way, but we really need it. I'm going to walk you through that. But this is what the rest of our Thursday looks like. This morning it was gorgeous. We had perfectly clear skies, mild conditions, and now as we're heading later in the day, those clouds will continue to increase. Now up there in the mountains, not bad. Upper 30s there in Banner Elk, 40-degree temperatures there in Blowing Rock, 42 in Boone and Fleetwood. Once we're heading down south just a bit, mid to upper 50s from Maiden to Hickory. Taylorsville, you'll check in at 54 this afternoon, and then low 60s here in the Queen City, out there towards Concord, even Albemarle. To the south of us, out there in Chesterfield, little bit warmer, low 62, so low 60-degree temperatures with a high of 62. In Lancaster, about 61. Now overnight tonight, yes, it will get a little cooler. Waking up tomorrow morning around 33 degrees, heading out the door for your Friday morning. And then those high temperatures across the board tomorrow, they look nice. Right around our seasonal average, a little bit warmer than that, but we'll take it. Another sunny day, even up there in the mountains. Now we do have some changes on the way, and those changes, well, they'll be here before we know it. Look at this. This is going to be our satellite and radar, looking fine and dry. Those clouds will start to stream in from the northwest by really this afternoon and this evening, so we will have increasing cloud coverage. You're really going to notice that as we're heading throughout the remainder of our Thursday, then heading out the door for Friday. Little chilly, 20s and 30s, but Friday afternoon, hopefully you have some plans. It's going to be nice, 50s and sunny skies. Saturday starts out fine, but we have much more cloud coverage on the way, so if you have any plans for your Valentine's Day, you won't need the umbrella. You won't need it until Sunday. Sunday is going to be honestly kind of a washout day when it comes to the rain. We'll have steady, persistent rain, but not a ton of it. But at this point, we'll take what we can get. You can see widespread rain moving in on Sunday with possible lingering rain chances early in the day on Monday. Look at this. The state of North Carolina, even South Carolina, dealing with extremely dry conditions, anywhere from a severe to an extreme level drought now, bringing some big concerns, meaning that we really desperately need that rain. We're going to get it. There's that long-range futurecast as we're heading into our Sunday morning. The rain will start to trickle in, becoming more widespread by the afternoon, even pockets of heavy rain before it eventually moves off to the east. Again, a lot of our models are indicating that we could pick up at least an inch of rain. That would be good, but honestly, we need even more than that. You can see in our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast, a couple more days ahead of sunny weather, 60-degree temperatures today, so still above our average. We should be at 56, but we will have much more clouds rolling through later on in the day. Waking up tomorrow, it'll be clear and cold, right around freezing, 58 degrees for our high, getting a little bit warmer for Saturday for our Valentine's Day. Sunday, make some indoor plans. It's going to be a rainy one. And hey, if you're looking forward to warmer weather, well, you can look forward to next week with temperatures climbing back into the mid to upper 60s, even low 70s. Hope you have a great day.
All All right. Thank you so much for that, Majestic Storm. We are going to head back to Washington, D.C. right now, where Senate is in session and majority leaders are discussing various different topics on the floor right now. So let's take a listen in.
Shining example before his children, his family, all who knew him, and to us of what it means to honor God and country. May we all strive to live with the same humility, discipline, and integrity that he has shown for more than a century, 109 years to be exact. In recent years, Mr. Bruton has resided in an assisted living community where he is deeply loved by residents and staff alike. I am told that they are all watching today. On his 109th birthday, it was marked by a joyful celebration with family, friends, and community members gathering in great numbers. Surrounded by his 2 daughters and loved ones, the occasion was fittingly warm and celebratory, centered, as it should be, on a man whose life had meant so much to so many. Florida is the proud home to more than 1.4 million veterans. Florida is also home to the second largest number of living World War II veterans, a distinction we hold with deep gratitude and respect. We honor their service, we cherish their presence, and recognize our responsibility to preserve their stories and sacrifices. Mr. Bruton embodies the very best of Florida, and indeed the very best of America. Faith, family, humility, duty, and service. His life stands as a living reminder of the generation that answered the call, endured unimaginable hardship, and secured liberty for generations that they would never meet. On behalf of the people of Florida and a grateful nation, I congratulate Mr. Dwayne Bruton on his 109th birthday, thank him for his extraordinary service, and wish him another joyous year surrounded in faith, family, and the enduring appreciation of a nation forever indebted to him. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
All right, that was the Senate. They are in session right now talking about various topics, so we will continue to monitor that to see if they bring up something very interesting. But for right now, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Right now, community members in Minneapolis are speaking about that press conference that we did hear earlier with Border Czar Tom Homan. So we're going to take a listen into what some community leaders are saying.
Him and his $50,000 in a paper bag. We know that at the end of the day, what they want, as Jaylani Hussein just said, is for people to stop watching, to stop whistling, and to get out of the streets. Well, that is exactly what we must not do. We have to continue to show up. We have to continue to put our bodies on the line. We have to continue to speak the truth. We have to continue recording and documenting and reporting what we see. Because we know that when eyes are not watching, all hell breaks loose. And as a matter of fact, even when eyes are watching, all hell has broken loose in the Twin Cities as a result of this corrupt and diabolical Trump administration. We just saw Attorney General Pam Bondi testifying before Congress, or shall I say manipulating Congress, or shall I say gaslighting Congress and the American people, trying to cover for pedophiles, trying to cover for rich and powerful, primarily men, but also women, who abuse vulnerable girls and women in our community. They have the names, they have the information, they have millions of pages of documents that they have continued to refuse to release. And if they can come here to Minnesota and prosecute nonviolent peaceful protesters, then they for damn sure can prosecute those who are found in the Epstein files. They need to be honest when they're talking about justice. Pam Bondi has already eroded any semblance of integrity of the Department of Justice. And I hope the federal judges are watching, who are going to have to decide the cases of dozens of Minnesotans who have been unjustly charged, to understand that if these people cared about law and order, if they cared about the rule of law, then they would be demonstrating that with the evidence that they already have for people who have committed some of the most heinous crimes this country has ever seen. It is diabolical for them to come after those who are speaking the truth. But we must continue to speak the truth. That is how change happens in our society. That is why we even celebrate Black History Month right now, because of truth tellers who refuse to be refused, who refuse to allow the law to stifle them and quell their freedoms. So in honor of the people who have come before us, who showed us that protests work, who showed us that sometimes you have to deal with tear gas, sometimes you have to be beaten and attacked and surveilled. But at the end of the day, it is important to think about what is in the interest of the greater good. And that's ensuring that people can walk down the streets without feeling like they're about to be kidnapped or snatched or beaten or even murdered. It's absolutely ridiculous that we have had to endure this. And as was said before, it's equally ridiculous that our elected officials have sold us out. That is why we're here in front of the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff DeWitt, we elected you to do a job, and that was to show strong leadership and uphold the integrity of Hennepin County. But instead, you and your deputies have cooperated with ICE time and time again. It is absolutely absurd that you, Governor Walz, and Attorney General Keith Ellison would enter into some kind of unprecedented agreement with Tom Homan outside of the witness of the public. And we still don't know the terms of that agreement. And we don't know if that secret agreement has had an impact on Tom Homan claiming that they're going to end Operation Metro Surge. You owe a duty to the residents of Hennepin County and the state of Minnesota to be honest about this agreement, to be honest about whether you are allowing and facilitating the kidnapping of people who are innocent until proven guilty. We don't know what's going to happen on our streets in the days and weeks and months ahead. But I do know that we will be holding Sheriff Witt accountable, we will be holding Governor Walz accountable, and we will be holding Attorney General Keith Ellison accountable. They should have been protecting residents of Minnesota, not capitulating and cowering to the Trump administration. Beyond that, I want to say thank you to the people of the state of Minnesota and the Twin Cities. You all have saved so many lives by getting in the streets, by getting organized, by refusing to be silenced, by refusing to be intimidated, and by refusing to go away in the face of oppression, fascism, authoritarianism, and evil. That is what has made the difference here today. You have taught the nation how to stand up and fight. And I am proud as a descendant of enslaved people because my ancestors taught the nation how to fight. And that's some of the energy that we've been able to bring into this mass resistance in the state of Minnesota. So I want to say that I hope what Tom Homan has said is true, but at the same time, we still want to see arrests of those ICE agents and federal agents who killed Renee Good and Jonathan Ross. Just because you pack up and leave doesn't mean the damage hasn't been done. You have left parents without their children for absolutely no reason. We will not rest until we see justice.
And you've been watching live a press conference out of Minneapolis following Border Czar's announcement, Tom Homan's announcement of Border Patrol agents de-escalating their crackdown on ICE and other federal law enforcement out of the Twin Cities. Right now at 3 o'clock, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal. The circus is coming to Spartanburg, South Carolina, but this one is definitely not for the kids. Paranormal Cirque 2. It's the dramatic, adults-only circus experience, which blends acrobatics, theater, a spooky storyline. Steve Copeland joining us now live from where they're going to be setting up. Hi there, Steve. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm here at the Spartanburg Fairgrounds. You can see behind me our tents getting all set up for our opening night tomorrow. Shows are running February 13th through 16th, and we're very excited to be bringing our show to Spartanburg.
So cool. So for viewers who haven't heard of Paranormal Cirque 2, how is it different from a traditional cirque show?
Well, first of all, it's rated R, so this is not a show to bring your kids to. This is not a family show. This is a killer date night, which is perfect because this weekend is Valentine's Day. So come on out, have a killer date night with us or a fun night out with your adult friends. Not only do you get 2 hours of Vegas quality R-rated horror circus entertainment, we also have a haunt attraction pre-show that begins 1 hour before showtime. So you get a show, you get a haunt attraction, all for the same great price.
It looks so impressive. It looks impressive there, Steve. Now, some horror themes, there's some circus acts and comedy. The overall vibe, besides being rated R, how would you describe?
The best 3 words to describe our show are scary, sexy, and funny, which are also words you can describe me with my shirt off.
Oh, okay. What are you going to do in the show?
Well, I am a comedian in the show. I provide a little lightheartedness in contrast to all the death-defying stunts you're going to see. This is a completely new show from the last one that was in Spartanburg, so even if you've seen us before, you got to come check out what's new. We have an amazing sword swallower. Not only does she swallow swords, she also does push-ups, hula hoops, and jump ropes with a sword down her throat. We've got amazing aerialists flying through the air on straps and on chains. We have contortionists that can bend their bodies in all kinds of amazing ways. And our grand finale is the whirling wheel of death. And hopefully it doesn't live up to its name this weekend.
Wow. Okay, so who should and who should not go?
Like I said, we don't allow children under the age of 13. Teenagers are allowed with an adult guardian, but really I would just recommend adults come out. If you love horror, this is a no-brainer. You're going to love our show. If you're not the world's biggest horror fan, that's okay because we're live entertainment with comedy, burlesque, theater, circus acts. So if you like something live and unusual, then we've got what you want here at the Spartanburg Fairgrounds this weekend.
Steve, do you have a favorite moment in the show that you look forward to every night?
Absolutely. I love going out there and making a tent full of adults laugh. It's a lot of fun. For the majority of my career, I've been performing comedy for families, but it's really nice to let my hair down and perform for adult audiences. And by hair, I mean my back hair.
It sounds you're already so funny. What do people need to know about getting tickets and learn more before they head out?
That's a great question. Like I said, you want to make sure you show up an hour early for our haunt attraction pre-show. You can get tickets at the door. I would recommend not waiting until the last minute in case we sell out. You can also get tickets at paranormalcirc.com. We're going to be here in Spartanburg at the Spartanburg Fairgrounds the 13th through the 16th, and then we're going to be in Anderson at the Anderson Mall February 20th through 23rd. Those are going to be our 2 stops in South Carolina this year.
Fantastic. Sounds like a great, unique way to celebrate Valentine's Day this weekend as well.
Absolutely.
Steve Copeland from Paranormal Circ 2. Enjoy the show to Spartanburg, South Carolina, and then Anderson. Appreciate your time there, Steve. Have fun this weekend.
We will. Come on out and see us, folks.
Done. Ta-da. All right. Thanks, Steve.
Nice. Thank you.
And we'll be right back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 3:07, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Want to go back to that live press conference where several community leaders are gathered out of Minneapolis from a group called CARE Minneapolis, talking after Board of Czar Tom Homan announced that they will now end their crackdown from federal law enforcement agents in the Twin Cities.
Elected officials who have been absolutely, completely absent this entire time, thanking Minnesotans, thanking us for taking time off of work to watch a rogue criminal military rove through our streets and kill people and kidnap our neighbors, thanking us for taking time out of our busy schedules to do a job that they all of them refused to do. I don't want to hear from Tim Walz a thank you for doing his job. I want an apology to every single resident of Minnesota who is traumatized by what has happened here. And I want Tim Walz, Keith Ellison, and Dewana Witt to lose their jobs because they have proven that they cannot do them. They have proven that they have no intention of keeping the people of this state or of Minneapolis and St. Paul safe. The people who actually put their bodies on the line against agents wearing thousands of dollars of equipment, while MPD, DNR, the National Guard, all of our state agencies that these people have been telling us the whole time, don't be afraid to call law enforcement. They'll protect you from ICE. All of those agencies brutalized protesters. They beat students who were standing up for their fellow students who are also immigrants just trying to get an education. They brutalized moms, parents, children for saying that this is wrong. There's no amount of social media posts or strongly worded letters that is going to erase the harm that you have done to our community. That's right. And what I want is accountability for every single officer who tear gassed me and my friends, for every single officer who stood there and watched while ICE took women into porta potties, while ICE kidnapped 5-year-old kids in front of schools. I want accountability for every single one of the people that enabled this to happen. And the reason that I'm talking about Democrat officials is because we are the ones who elected you to work for us. I don't actually care what Republicans do because they're already my enemies. But you are supposed to be on my side. You were put in that seat with my vote. And you failed every single person in this state who now has to pick up the pieces of your mess because you were too worried about capitulating to a criminal administration full of pedophiles and racists. I'm absolutely disgusted with the leadership of this state. But I want to end by saying that to every single one of my neighbors and my friends who put their bodies on the line to stand up for what is right, I'm thanking you. Because it means a lot more coming from a fellow person who was out in the streets than it does from some politician who hid in his mansion or in his apartment downtown that none of us can afford, while we picked up the pieces. Thank you for going out on patrol. Thank you for filming these racist pieces of garbage who tried to intimidate us into being silent. Thank you for standing up to MPD officers who tried to tell you that you were doing something wrong while they watched crimes happen right in front of them. Thank you for doing the right thing and for being on the right side of history. I'm proud to be one of the people who stood up and said, I don't care who is justifying this. It is unjustifiable and it is wrong that human beings are being trafficked to concentration camps in our country. For money, too. For money. Hundreds of dollars per person, per bed, per night. The ruling class is making a killing off of our oppression. I'm not going to accept it, and we can't accept it. Tom Homan is telling us that he will, condition this drawdown if we stop protesting, if we stop kicking ICE agents out of restaurants and out of our public spaces. He's not going to get it. If I see an ICE agent in these streets, it is on site. Everyone will come out of their homes and film these people until all of them leave. That's right. Every single one. And I also want to say that ICE is an organization that has no business existing in the first place. It was created as a racist project to criminalize people who are in this country because we destabilized the countries that they came from. That we put sanctions on them and made it impossible to live there. And then when they get here, we're telling them they don't belong. Screw that. That's right. Any person who came from anywhere belongs here more than any of the people who are currently shielding the ruling class from accountability for the heinous crimes that they have brought on women, children, and other people who they deem disposable. So I want to end by saying the Twin Cities Coalition for Justice will be in these streets, no matter who tells us that we shouldn't be. We will continue to film the crimes of not just ICE, but our local law enforcement who have their own crimes to answer for. And we will continue to agitate for leadership that isn't going to sell us out for backroom deals to erode the protections that all of us are supposed to be afforded under this Constitution. See you in the streets, Minneapolis.
That concludes our press conference. If you have any questions, we can take them.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I was going to actually add one more thing I'd like to just say, and that's this. You know, we are talking today about Hennepin County Sheriff DeWanna Witt. We've talked about you know, the Hennepin County, the role of Hennepin County, the role of Tim Walz, A.G. Ellison, and others. I think it's very important to recognize that all of our institutions, all of our public officials have failed miserably. That's right. And that includes things like the Minnesota Judicial Council, who makes the rules for the courthouses. Why are we having people being arrested who are supposed to be going to trial? Why are they being arrested at the courthouses? Let them have a trial. Let them have their day in court, and let their victims, their supposed victims, have their day in court as well. Why did the Hennepin County Commission fail to pass the separation ordinance that they received? There are a whole host of public officials who have failed us repeatedly. And the most important thing that I will come out of this with is this. I will always remember and never forget the people who stood with us, the people who stood against us, and most of all, the people who sat on the sidelines. Thank you.
There will be a reckoning for everybody. That's coming, especially the corporations that decided to profit from this moment and those who stayed silent while their employees were being picked up in their parking lots. So there's a lot more work to be done. But thank you, Minnesota, and we have a lot of work to do. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Do you have questions?
You've been watching a live press conference now from several community leaders there in Minneapolis following this morning's announcement from Border Czar Tom Homan that Border Patrol agents and other federal law enforcement will be leaving and ending their immigration crackdown on the Twin Cities. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Hi, everyone. It's 3:18. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal, where we are following a live feed right now from the Senate floor. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis speaking. Let's listen in on Live Impact News.
The two parties have to stand on principle and end this cycle, or it gets worse, and it gets worse, and it gets worse. And let me give you an example of where I think it's getting bad. A Sunday night, about a month or so ago, I saw a report that the chair of the Fed board, Jerome Powell, was being investigated by the DOJ. And we all know the president's frustration with Chair Powell. I've got some frustration with him, too. I'm an armchair quarterback. There are certain things I didn't like him doing, but I've never thought of him as a criminal. But I find out on a Sunday night that we have somebody in the bowels of the D.C. district of the U.S. attorney, an assistant U.S. attorney, who has decided to pursue an investigation and seek an indictment or prosecution against 2 minutes of testimony in the banking hearing that I attended. And I not only attended that banking hearing, but several of my colleagues did as too, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, I seek unanimous consent to insert into the register the comments from 7 of my colleagues on the banking committee who said they do not believe that President, or if I may seek unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Well, this document does, and the reason I thought it was important to put it in the federal record is we've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, including me, who have said that we don't think a crime was committed. We're on the banking committee. We're the majority of the Republicans on the banking committee. I'm an old man, so I like watching forensic files. I don't know if young people watch it, but I've been watching it for like 20 or 30 years. And I can imagine this being the opening of a forensic file. Okay, normally it's about a perpetrator, something bad happened, the prosecutor's going after it because they have the eyewitnesses. Well, this forensic file opens like this. All of the witnesses at the scene of the crime said no crime was committed. Right down the line. In fact, they've even submitted printed evidence. Yet the prosecutor thinks otherwise. I don't think that'd be a very interesting forensic files because what it says is no crime got committed. Now, can we talk about whether or not there was an overrun in the building? There may have been. But I don't know if everybody's paying attention, but that happens a lot in government. And if we're going to actually accuse someone of criminal behavior because of a project overrun in federal government, we better start budgeting a lot more for prisons. Because that's the norm here. I hate it because I came from a world where you lost your job if you went over budget and over time. But that's just a part of the way this place works. But Mr. President, 2 minutes of testimony, 7 members in the banking committee present on that day saying that they do not believe there was criminal intent sends a very clear message to a young U.S. attorney with a dream in the D.C. district that why don't you come talk to the people who were at the alleged scene of the crime? We said we do not believe there was any criminal intent, Mr. President. 2 minutes. As a matter of fact, the other thing, if I could seek unanimous consent, I have another 2 pages, which are some of the allegations that were being quoted from a press report that are patently wrong.
Without objection.
Thank you. This is a case where we had members on the committee responding to news reports that were proven wrong. And folks, I thought this was probably going to end this way. And it's one of the reasons why I decided to invite myself to a tour when the president went to this building to take a look at it. I was there with the president. He was very kind, shook my hand, and welcomed me to participate in this tour. I saw nothing there. I saw a few things, frustration. You know, you got Historic Commission, everybody else controlling the state of the project, but I certainly didn't see any criminal activity. I certainly didn't see any of these alleged rooftop garden tariffs, water features, VIP elevator, special marble. They had to take it down and put it back up. Building in D.C. is complicated. So almost all the allegations were disproven. And yet, we still have a prosecutor that's trying to pursue a criminal prosecution for the chair of the Federal Reserve. Well, the night that it was announced, I made the statement that I'll take this allegation seriously. But I'm concerned it comes from someone without consultation with big DOJ. I don't think Pam Bondi, any of the senior people in DOJ knew anything about it. Without consultation with the White House, they decided to pursue this criminal investigation. So they put me in an untenable position. If I'm quiet on that Sunday night and don't say something, Monday morning we may wake up to a very different market. If all of a sudden the Federal Reserve, that since its creation has been considered independent and separate from many presidents who have been angry with them, Democrats and Republicans alike, I felt like if I didn't put my foot down and say no one is going to fill that seat until this investigation is done, that we could have literally had headlines across all financial markets that the United States no longer has an independent Federal Reserve. And unless you track it as closely as I have in my current role as senator and in my past role as a partner of Price Waterhouse, tracking financial or banking institutions, you may not be able to appreciate that, but folks, this is real. The Federal Reserve is the gold standard for central banks, and its independence is critically important. It's critically important for us continuing to have the gold standard for the economy, the gold standard for the rule of law. We cannot allow some junior U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney in some jurisdiction here all of a sudden play with fire. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't look through the second and third order effects, and quite honestly, they exposed the president in the process. So, Mr. President, I find myself in a position where I want to reaffirm what I said very directly on that Sunday night before the markets opened on Monday morning. I will not allow any board member for the Federal Reserve to go through the Banking Committee for chair or for replacement of expired terms until this matter is settled. I have no problem with us having an investigation like we should with so many other areas of government. I'd like to have oversight for the East Wing construction to make sure that that stays on target and doesn't go over budget. I'd like to have oversight into the upfit of the Qatari 747 as a new Air Force One, kind of Air Force Light, because you can't take it out of the United States. All of those are taxpayer dollars being spent, and we should have visibility into that. So count me in for doing an investigation for the comments on that day. The 2 minutes of testimony, that is the only reason I'm at the floor today and refusing to allow a Fed board member to be confirmed, because I feel that strongly. As a matter of fact, it may take us to a new low in terms of a vindictive prosecution. And if you think Arctic Frost was bad, if you think some of the other investigations on the Obama era was bad, ladies and gentlemen, we're setting a new low that could make that look like child's play. And for that reason, until the investigation is resolved, I cannot and I will not vote to support anyone on the Federal Reserve in my remaining tenure in the U.S. Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
And that was U.S. Senator, North Carolina Republican Tom Tillis speaking on the Senate floor. Let's go ahead and take a break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're coming up on 3:30 here on a Thursday afternoon. I'm Jane Monreal. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. So this morning, big news out of Minnesota, where Borders Are. Tom Homan announced that the immigration enforcement crackdown is ending. Political reporter Danny Spiewak, Danny, at our news partner KARE 11 in Minneapolis, joining us now. Danny, thanks for making the time this afternoon. So busy, I'm sure, with the coverage. What's the immediate reaction once the decision and this announcement was made?
Well, we were with the governor this morning, Governor Walz, at his press conference, and he used the term, cautiously optimistic, said he was skeptically optimistic, something along those lines. Many of the Democratic leaders in Minnesota don't quite trust the Trump administration's intentions, although the governor said he believes there's no, that there's no reason to think that there won't be a drawdown, that the federal agents won't leave Minnesota. But there's really a breakdown in trust between the federal government and the state government and the local governments as well. And so while it's welcome news for many people in Minnesota to hear that this Operation Metro Surge is supposedly ending, there is kind of that lingering question as to whether it really is ending and what it's going to look like in the next couple of weeks. Because just yesterday there was a crash involving a federal agent in a busy neighborhood pretty close to the state capitol. And so there is still some concerns about what the next couple days, weeks will look like.
Yeah, so sort of a wait and see, and if this is a true end to any kind of crackdown. So after following, these protests now for the last few weeks, what are you hearing from families before this morning's announcement and other community groups?
I think there's a lot of relief because, whether or not people believe that the drawdown will fully occur, I think there's a sense of relief, and there has been less activity in the last couple of weeks. I think the arrival of Borders Are. Tom Homan did seem to make the situation a little bit better in terms of that he was having direct dialogue with the local and state leaders. And I think even the leaders in Minnesota, despite being opposed to the Trump administration, I think they would acknowledge that the tone really changed for everybody once Tom Homan arrived here, regardless of what somebody thinks about his policies or the Trump administration's policies. And so I think a lot of people in the community are hoping that there is going to be a light at the end of the tunnel here, and things have seemed to calm down a little bit in the last couple of weeks.
And how about trust? It's going to take a while to gain trust and to build that trust. What does that look like?
Definitely, and it's going to be a huge topic of discussion moving forward, just about how to deal with future immigration enforcement in the state. Our state legislative session at the Capitol starts on Tuesday, and so there are going to be bills from Democrats and Republicans that are kind of dealing with the fallout of all of this. And so I think it's going to really just kind of take center stage for a long time here, and then all the way into the 2026 elections, where we have every state legislator, governor, every executive office on the ballot, and then you also have, of course, midterms with Congress and everything. And so it's a long way until then, but I do think you're right with the trust. When it comes to the federal government, they do have to earn back some trust in Minnesota, and the poll numbers show that most Minnesotans oppose what the federal government did here. And so I think the Trump administration is recognizing that and is trying to take some corrective action.
Yeah, for everyday Minnesotans who may not even have been directly targeted or involved in any protests, what's the perception then about any, safety or the perception from federal government?
It's interesting because you can anecdotally, in the Twin Cities, you can really tell, in many neighborhoods, people aren't going to restaurants. The grocery stores are a lot emptier. Now, it didn't help when it was like negative 20 degrees. But even now the weather's warmer. There's apprehension. You can't deny it. There's apprehension from people to go out, workers that are staying home. So a lot of places are understaffed. It reminds a lot of people of COVID. So the governor actually proposed some emergency funding for small businesses. It has taken a huge hit to daily life here, and I think people are starting to emerge from it a little bit. But the polling, actually, KARE 11 and NBC just did a poll about public opinion, and it was pretty emphatic. It was pretty emphatic that about 2/3 of Minnesotans felt that ICE had gone too far in the state. And so obviously you have a base of people who believe federal immigration enforcement should be followed, and the Trump administration did everything that they could. And certainly you're going to have that base of voters that believes that. But by and large, independents are largely feeling like this went too far. And that's been the big change, I think.
And from your vantage point, Danny, in Minnesota, cities like ours and Charlotte, where we had that brief spell with Border Patrol agents coming into the Queen City here, watching from afar, what should we learn from what happened there?
You know, the governor has said that he believes this is a playbook for other states. Now, of course, I think the Trump administration would disagree with that. But I do think that it's going to be really interesting to watch. You know, we have our legislative session here in Minnesota, but I think whether it's in North Carolina, whether it's in any state, that I think you're going to see a lot of state proposals related to limiting ICE activity. You're probably going to see a lot at the congressional level, even though Republicans control Congress, obviously. I think this is just going to be a topic of conversation about, like, how does a city handle this if there is a surge somewhere, and what does that cooperation look like? Because actually, according to our poll, we also found that most Minnesotans support local police working with federal immigration authorities. So there is that support maybe for some in the public that believe there should be more cooperation, which is what you often hear from Republicans in the Trump administration. So that could be a topic moving forward as well.
All right, good point. Danny Spiewak, at our content partner in Minneapolis at KARE 11, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, appreciate you. And we'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 3:37 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, we take you back out to the Senate floor. It just so happens that Minnesota Senator Democrat Amy Klobuchar is now speaking. Let's listen in on Live Impact News.
That they messed with and asked them to do something they felt were unethical, and as a result, all of the prosecutors that were heading up the righteous fraud investigations and prosecutions are no longer in that office. So you tell me how these actions have made our state more safe. It's the opposite. School attendance down, families living in fear, people staying home, restaurants and businesses feeling the impact. Operation Metro Surge costing our Minnesota economy an estimated $80 million per week, all for the shock and awe. We're such a small percentage of the people that they apprehended were involved in violent crime. At its peak, one study showed that the surge cost federal, state, and local governments at least $18 million every single week. The fact is, Operation Metro Surge put our state at the center of America's heartbreak, but it also put us at the center of America's courage and America's hope. Every day across our state, people did extraordinary things. Ordinary people did extraordinary things. They drove other kids to school. They brought food to their neighbors. They showed up for small businesses. Teachers and other school leaders stood up and protected their students, organized food drives and computer drives. Attorneys across our state at private law firms took ICE to court to enforce people's constitutional rights, and judges appointed by presidents of both parties, including our conservative chief judge of the Federal District Court of Minnesota, issued opinions and strongly worded opinions demanding that people come into court unless their orders were followed. Today, the administration's top border official, Tom Homan, announced the end of Operation Surge and the drawdown of the 3,000 ICE agents, again, triple the amount of sworn police officers in the combined cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, leaving only what he has called a small footprint. He has been straightforward with me since he arrived on the ground in Minnesota, straightforward with our chiefs, and we appreciate that. But we must be vigilant in making sure there is a real and thorough drawdown. We need transparent, objective investigations and justice for Renee Good and Alex Preddy, and the many others who have had their rights violated by this administration. There must be new leadership at the Department of Homeland Security, and Kristi Noem must resign. That's what you do with $75 billion. You put bounties on legal citizens. You break out windows of people with disabilities who are born in this country and drag them to a detention center. That's what you do with $75 billion of taxpayer money. You take Hmong elders and throw them out of their house in their underwear and their Crocs on their feet in below zero weather and throw them into a car. You stop off-duty police officers just because they're not white. That's what you do with $75 billion. So that's why she must step down. And there must be major reforms to immigration enforcement, including a complete overhaul of this agency. Americans want federal agents to abide by the same code of conduct as local law enforcement and be held accountable when they don't. Americans want transparency. Federal agents shouldn't be masked, they should be required to use body cameras, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. We must end roving patrols. Federal agents should not enter private property without a judicial warrant. We must end the bounty system that incentivizes arrests without cause and has taken down numerous people, multiple people, hundreds of people in our state that were legal, born in our state, have passports. They wouldn't even listen to them when they told them as they threw them into a car. We must protect sensitive locations, and the racial profiling must end. Today, a number of our colleagues, including myself, voted against continuing to fund ICE. Budgets show our values. That extra $75 billion, as I explained, tripled agency funding, giving it more money than the FBI. That was wrong. That money could have gone to local enforcement, Affordable Care Act, tax credits for 3 years. $75 billion would have paid for everyone in the country to get their tax credit extended to help them pay for their premiums under the Affordable Care Act. An occupying force was in our state. They tried to sow chaos and fear, but Minnesota didn't take the bait. As Bruce Springsteen sings in his new song, The Streets of Minneapolis, against smoke and rubber bullets, in the dawn's early light, citizens stood for justice, their voices ringing through the night. We've shown the world how to protect democracy and take care of our neighbors. And we are going to continue to stand up for accountability, for justice, for change. And when people ask me, what can we do? Well, you do that. you continue to stand up. When people outside our state, what can we do to help Minnesota? Well, now, with ICE agents leading, maybe you want to wait till the weather warms up just a little, you can come and visit our great state. You can fill up those hotel rooms that were taken over by ICE agents and go visit incredible places in our state where Prince got his start. You can go to First Avenue. You can go to the Mall of America. You can go up north or down south in Minnesota and see the incredible bike trails and beautiful places, and Lake Superior, the most superior lake of them all. So that's what we want you to do. We want you to come to our state and visit. We want you to invest in our state. We want you to start businesses in our state. We want you to send your kids to school in our state. We want people to come and work in our state, because we have shown the country and the world what we are all about. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
All right, Senator Klobuchar yielded the floor, and we will yield live impact news here for just 2 minutes. We'll be right back. You're watching WCNC Plus. Time right now is 3:47 on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Back to the Senate floor, where next up, it looks like it is Republican Senator from Missouri, Eric Schmitt, now taking his space here on the Senate floor. Let's go to it live on Live Impact News.
In a broader sense, where are we at? And for my Republican colleagues, I hope you appreciate what this is, this moment, because this isn't some isolated incident. This is a 10-year struggle for common sense Americans who've pushed back against a radical open borders policy that's been pushed by the Democrats. President Trump won in 2016 on a few issues, but the electrical cord that began when he came down the escalator, that continues to this day, is taking on illegal immigration. And the forgotten men and women in this country whose jobs were initially displaced when the failed policies of the politicians of this town sent their jobs overseas, the towns that I grew up in, and then when they were looking for new jobs, their wages were suppressed and their jobs went to illegal immigrants. The Democrats have never understood that. They've never understood that Americans were upset about that. And then for the 4 years previous to this, Joe Biden let in 15 million people. How many? 1 million is a lot of people. 5 million is a lot of people. 15 million people came into this country illegally. We don't know who most of them are. We don't even know where they're at. What we do know is that literally tens of thousands of them are murderers. Hundreds of thousands of them are violent criminals. The left has tried to destroy this country through this open borders policy because we're all citizens of the world. Borders are just arbitrary lines on a map. That's where the modern Democrat Party is at. They don't actually believe that America as a sovereign country should be able to tell people who can come and who has to leave. So that's what this whole thing is about. This isn't about Minnesota or some recent event. This is about the Democrats failing to accept the verdict from the American people that they sent President Trump back into the Oval Office to fix mass migration, to take on mass migration with mass deportations. And regardless of the antics that happen here today on their no vote and flying with the globalists in Europe, it will not change that agenda. It's happening, whether you like it or not. Thank God we front-loaded in the working families tax cut money for deportations, tens of billions for detention centers. 200,000 Americans have applied to be ICE agents because they love this great country and they don't want it destroyed. This is another hissy fit along the way by the Democrats who refuse to accept the political reality that they lost on this issue. So as far as I'm concerned, we could spend the next year debating this on this floor. This is a home game for Republicans. But what you're doing to the American people, what you're doing to FEMA, what you're doing to the people who rely on their communities to be rebuilt, the TSA agents that go to work every day, the Coast Guard, is shameful. Joe Biden opened up our border. It is literally unprecedented in American history that a president would say, we're not going to enforce our immigration laws. Bill Clinton and Barack Obama deported millions of people. This is an effort by the Democrats, this debate, to kneecap immigration enforcement, to kneecap ICE. They lost the issue on the front end of the election. Now they want to make it so hard for ICE to do their jobs that deportations come to a halt. That's the truth. And anybody in this town who tells you otherwise is just spinning. They don't want people deported because they're importing a voter base that they think will give them power. They're not even hiding behind this anymore. They've lost the argument with American citizens. And they think if they flood this country with illegal immigrants, and by the way, you shouldn't have to prove you're an American citizen to vote. That's their position. You shouldn't have to show photo ID, which is broadly supported even among Democrat voters. Why would they do that? Why would they, even though their voters don't want that, even though their voters want photo ID to be established when you vote, why would they be opposed to that? Because they want people who shouldn't be able to vote, illegal immigrants or fraudsters, to vote for them. That's the truth. And so we have now the most secure border in the history of our country, and we're trying to execute on the immigration laws that we have on the books that have been voted for by Republicans and Democrats alike, and presidents of both parties have enforced those laws. This is about all the 21-point plan. If you think it's such a good idea, put that 21-point plan on the floor and let's vote on it. They won't do it because they'll lose. They know what it does. It ties up ICE's ability, which, by the way, they already have to abide by due process. There are already warrants. They know all this. They want to confuse the issue. Mostly because they believe in open borders, but also because this Trump derangement syndrome is it's a hard thing to kick. A really difficult thing for them to kick. We heard people being made, talked about here on the Senate floor. I want to to mention a few names that no Democrat will ever utter. Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungary, or Kayla Hamilton. These are American daughters, American sisters, who were murdered by illegal aliens. And by the way, Laken Riley's murderer wasn't a previously convicted violent criminal. So if that's your test of who should be deported, it didn't help Laken Riley's family. My priority, and the reason why I've been on this floor so many times about this issue, my priority is for Americans. Our immigration laws are put in place for one reason, to benefit America and Americans. The rhetoric that has come from the left on this and my Democrat colleagues, we talk about why was Minnesota a flashpoint? It's the sanctuary city status. The 9 sanctuary jurisdictions in this country, in them, ICE agents are 590 times more likely to be assaulted. Since January of last year, there's been a 1,347% increase in assaults against ICE officers, a 3,200% increase in vehicular attacks. And don't tell me Tim Walz doesn't have something to do with that. And don't tell me the Mayor Fry doesn't have something to do with that, with the rhetoric.
All right, you've been listening to a Senate session happening live at Washington, D.C. We'll get back to that here after the 4 o'clock hour. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 3:58, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal, and at this hour, we're shining a spotlight on the Heart of Charlotte campaign and the Greater Charlotte Heart Ball, which returns to the Queen City this Saturday, Valentine's Day. Joining me now is Dan Soto, helping lead the effort. Dan, thanks for joining us here on Live Impact News.
Hi, good afternoon, Jane, and thank you for having us on the show today. We're so happy to be here.
So glad to hear that this is a sold-out event, but people can still help. For people who are not familiar, Dan, Greater Charlotte Heart Ball, what is this event about?
Well, first of all, it's the premier event that we have under the American Heart Association banner. And as you pointed out earlier, having it on Valentine's Day is awesome. And it really is the best and the most important public fundraising event that we have as part of the Heart Association. And for Charlotte, it means bringing together community leaders, advocates, corporate sponsors like Ally, for example, and we come together to help get some critical money to the American Heart Association for everything from initiatives like CPR training to, frankly, saving lives.
Yeah, I mean, it does take a small village to help Americans and, just our fellow Carolinians to improve health. There are 4 chambers, right, that go into this one-night event. Explain that part.
Well, we have, I'll say the 4 chambers are really just, it's about bringing together the different pillars that we have around the Heart Association. I think of the 4 types of things as to what makes a difference for us, and that could be education, research, things of that nature. For me personally, it means I just went through AFib at the beginning of last year, and knowing that the education, the training, the nutrition, and all of the research that help doctors and nurses and all of those that help to bring this all together. And for me personally, it meant from starting the year with, oh my gosh, to ending the year with, I'm in the best health that I've ever been. So, and I have the Heart Association to thank for that.
I mean, yeah, personal, meaningful impact there following your AFib. What are some of the other standouts from the campaign that makes it so special for Charlotteans?
Yeah, it's, again, a great place for people to come together. And we have great corporate sponsors. We have great individual donors. But when you think about just this being something that affects all of our lives, things like CPR training, things like building a foundation for cardiovascular exercise, but just knowing what to do. And, coming out of now what is long time ago, COVID, we learned that the mental aspect can have so much bearing on the heart itself. And let's face it, cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer of people. And for us to all know and get educated around what to do is just critically important.
Yeah, Dan, another focus the American Heart Association says is access and equity. How is this work helping ensure that every person in the community does have a fair chance at a long, healthy life?
Yeah, it's like anything else. Everybody wants to be treated fairly, and let's face it, it's costly for hospitals, for research, and the Heart Association doesn't take into account anything other than let's help people who need help. And raising funds like we're doing right now, especially through the Heart Ball this weekend, is meant to put those dollars in front of folks so that when they're going in, like I did, to get checked for AFib, they're not worried about how much is this going to cost or can I have access. The Heart Association makes sure that we all have a fighting chance and an equitable chance of getting taken care of.
All right, so for those who can't be at the ballroom come Saturday night, how can people still get involved?
Well, it's too bad if they can't. I know it's a sold-out event, and we're still working at things, and we've got a big goal this year. Our own, my boss, our chief legal and corporate officer at Ally, Hope Melman's in charge, and she's working right now to get more dollars. But if you want to help, go to heart.org/Charlotte, and you'll get to our website, and you can donate there and look at the prizes that we have out there, the silent auction items, and bid and have a great time at it. And happy Valentine's to everyone out there.
Oh, that sounds good. Always like a good auction. Heart.org/Charlotte. And Dan, before I let you go, if you have one call of action to our viewers when it comes to their own heart health, what should they be doing starting this week?
They should be, first of all, looking at the website, but more importantly, look at yourself and think about what it is that could happen to you, because when you don't think it can, it does. Look around you, but go to the website, look at the things that are offered there. Again, cardiovascular disease doesn't care about age. It's about being educated and understanding what to do and save your own lives and save those that you love around you.
All right, Dan Soto, thank you for making yourself available, and I'm glad to see you at this time after what you've been through in 2025. So heart.org/Charlotte. Dan Soto, thanks for helping us out.
Thank you, Jane.
And we'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Back here now at 4:07 on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal. We thank you for joining us this afternoon until 5 o'clock when WCNC Charlotte News will come online. I want to take you right now to a live event that's happening at Iowa Lakes Community College, holding a press conference with an update regarding a bus crash involving a number of members of the college's baseball team. Let's listen in on Live Impact News.
Everybody's stable. It's going to take some time for them to recover from some injuries, as pretty violent collision.
Okay, thank you so much for being here today.
All right, it appears that press conference just wrapped up out of Iowa, but a breaking news story that we're following from the college, that Iowa Lakes Community College, that has a number of team members from their baseball team injured after a crash. Back to the Senate floor right now with Senator from Missouri Eric Schmidt still taking up the floor on Live Impact News. All right. Well, it looks like that also wrapped up out of Washington, D.C. So let's switch back over to health news because you haven't heard, you might know that the entertainment world now mourning the loss of actor James Van Der Beek following his battle with colorectal cancer. Best known for his role on Dawson's Creek, a popular show. He was battling it since 2023, making his diagnosis public back in 2024. So his death obviously bringing attention now to colorectal cancer. Novant Health medical oncologist Dr. Madan Ariel joining us now here on Live Impact News. Doctor, thanks for joining us here on such short notice. Appreciate your time.
No problem. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, we want to talk about this because what we're seeing an alarming rise now in cases among younger men with colorectal cancer. Can you explain what's happening?
That's true. So we're noticing alarmingly increased rate of colorectal cancer. There's approximately 2 to 3% rise in the last 15 to 20 years or so, and we're seeing these colorectal cancers as young as in the 20s. You know, like I have patients who are in their 20s and 30s. They are getting colorectal cancers, which we hadn't seen before, and this is quite alarming.
Wow. Why is this happening to men in their 20s?
Yeah, I don't know if we know everything, but there are a few things that are certainly worth exploring. But a few things like processed food. So basically, you can put this into two buckets. Something that you basically in your genetics that you can't probably change because some of these colorectal cancers are genetics and they are inherited, like familial colorectal cancer syndromes, and the others are probably something that's modifiable in our environment, in our lifestyle, and in our diet, and these things. Certainly things like processed meat. Certainly refined food, excess of sugars, alcohol, and sedentary lifestyle habits. All those are probably contributing to this. There are so many confounders. I don't think we'll be able to separate which one is which, but these are the things that have been studied so far, and probably what are contributing to increasing rise in colorectal cancer in a younger population.
And James Van Der Beek, he said he was diagnosed with stage 3. What does stage 3 mean?
Yeah, so stage 3 colon cancer colorectal cancer is when you have a colon cancer that has gone to the lymph node. It's not a stage 4 where it has gone out of the lymph node and has gone to different places like lung and liver. Many of the colorectal cancers at stage 3 are still curable, but unfortunately his case was not that one, but that's when it has gone to the lymph node. In that scenario, we usually do a surgery, and in order to decrease the chance of recurrence or chance of coming back, we give a chemotherapy after the surgery.
Okay. What are the warning signs and symptoms then that people should watch out for?
Yeah, absolutely. So, things that should not be absolutely ignored include when you notice blood in the stool. That's a very important sign and symptom that, maybe it's related to hemorrhoid, but, there might be, other things going on at the same time, like rectal cancer or colon cancer. So that should never be ignored. Other things like abdominal pain, discomfort, or change in bowel habits. Like one time you get diarrhea, one time you get constipation. This has been going on for the last few weeks. That's probably means that, maybe there's something going on in the colon or rectum that might be causing these symptoms. Besides that, some people at times can be just diagnosed with anemia because they have been losing some blood in their stool that you can't basically notice, but it's probably coming from somewhere from the gastrointestinal tract, and that might be from colon cancer. And then when that happens, we start noticing that maybe there's something else going on, and we should look deeper into seeing whether there's a colon cancer or not in this population.
So screening guidelines have now been lowered from 50 to 45, colonoscopies
Correct.
starting at 45.
Right.
And who should consider getting it even earlier?
Yeah, so definitely. So if there is a family history, definitely should get earlier, 10 years earlier than 45, or whenever your first degree relatives was diagnosed with colon cancer 10 years earlier than that. That's one. The other is if you have other risk factors, like for example, inflammatory bowel disease, like ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease, those population are at higher risk of getting a colon cancer, and obviously other familial colorectal cancer syndromes like familial adenomatosis polyposis. What we're trying to do here is trying to detect those colon polyps earlier, so that when you detect those colon polyps earlier, you can basically take it out so that they don't turn into these colon cancers later that would be bothersome and then maybe hard to tackle at that point.
And what lifestyle changes then can people make right now to reduce the risk?
Absolutely. So, eating right, eating habit is very important. Limiting alcohol is important, and physical activity, absolutely. And besides that, once you have done all those things, getting into the screening on time is very, very important, so that we can detect this earlier and then get rid of it when we find one. So.
Any final message for our viewers that we should share about colorectal cancer, Doctor?
Absolutely. So, final thoughts: colorectal cancer is when detected early, is a curable disease. Screening is very important. That's how we can detect it early. And there has been a lot of push in doing this in all the communities, and that's what we should focus on. And eating healthy, and then doing the right thing, and physical activity will get you there.
All right. Novant Health medical oncologist Dr. Madan Aryal, appreciate the conversation and information, and we potentially save some lives out there trying to get those screenings done early, if not at least on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And we'll be right back. A check of your weather with Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich after the break. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 4:18, you're watching Live Impact News here on WCNC Plus. I have not had a chance to step outside since I walked in this morning. Chief Meteorologist Brad Pandovich here in the Live Impact studio. I hear it's nice.
It is really nice. It may not be 70 or low 70s like we had the last couple of days, but we're still close to 60. It's kind of sunny. We got some pesky high clouds, which are kind of filtering out the sun across the Piedmont. But really, honestly, it's pretty nice, especially compared to the last 2 weeks. I think we just had this warm spell, so we want it to be that way for a while. But it is a nice afternoon. So if you get outside, you do get to enjoy some, I call it filtered sunshine. It's kind of the like a perfect kind of wax papery sky out there where you get just enough of that filtered sun. And it is still bright enough. You could see the high clouds coming off the mountains. We've got this kind of northwest flow out there. Temperature-wise, the clouds are having an impact on temperatures, especially north. When you look at our temperatures, we've got lower 50s north because the clouds are just a tad thicker, but you can see where there's more sun and thinner clouds because to the south, it's 57 in Charlotte, but we've got low 60s in the upstate of South Carolina, which our average high is 56 now, so we'll take this. It's actually a little bit above average. Tonight, those clouds should give way to clear skies again, just like we had this morning. We'll call it seasonably cold. We'll be down in the low, maybe mid-30s. That's kind of what you expect this time of year. And tomorrow for Friday, I think more sunshine than today, so 60 looks very likely, and honestly a pretty nice end to the work week. But then we start turning our attention to the weekend and all the holiday activities on Saturday. I did want to quickly point out, because today is Thursday, we get the drought monitor update every Thursday, and you know, Jane, we had a pretty significant upgrade in the drought. We've got red now showing up on the drought monitor, and if you're not familiar with that, that's extreme drought, and that does include parts of Mecklenburg County. That's the first time any part of Mecklenburg County has been in extreme drought since 2008. So it has been a while since we've seen this. And I know the first question people get is, how could we be in a drought? We had all this snow and ice. Well, remember how we talked about how dry the snow was? Snow typically is 90% air when it's normal. The snow we had was like 95 to 98% air. So all that snow, almost a foot, was only the equivalent of a half an inch of rain. So it did not amount to much at all. And the rest of the winter, since December, we've had pretty much no rain at all. And in the wintertime, drought is hard to perceive because plants aren't growing already because they're dormant, right? There's no leaves on the tree. Your grass is dead already. So you don't notice. You're like, oh, it doesn't look bad out there. It looks like winter. Well, if things were growing, they wouldn't be because there'd be no water for them. Everything would be brown. Wildfires would be high. It's a time of year we don't use a lot of water. People aren't outside in their pool. They're not washing the car outside a lot right now. We're just not using water as much. So evaporation rates are lower and all that stuff. So what happens is when we see drought this time of year, this is when it gets really bad in the spring, because once things start to warm up and grow, they're not. We're going to notice that pop up real quickly. So even if your grass looks like it's muddy, it's because the water's sitting on the surface. It's not getting down. One of the things we look at is soil moisture down to like 100 centimeters. And right now, believe it or not, the column from the top of the soil to 100 centimeters down only has about 2% moisture in it. It's super bone dry. So we need some rain. So the stuff heading our way this weekend is something we are actually looking forward to. Tomorrow is going to be a somewhat dry day. Saturday looks dry as well. But Sunday looks like a soaker, and it's a good soaker. We need it. It's the weekend. I know people want to do stuff. Your Saturday's the day to do that. Don't do it Sunday. It's going to be one of those all-day kind of good movie watching day. Good day to watch the Olympics, NASCAR. We've got a lot going on Sunday, so there's a lot to watch on TV. So just maybe hang out inside and watch WCNC all day, because that lasts pretty much all day long. And the amount of rain we're going to see, it'll help with the drought, but droughts don't form overnight and they don't go away overnight. So this amount of rain you're going to see here is a good dent, maybe an inch, inch and a half. But I looked today, and we need about 10 inches of rain over a 30-day period to get out of the drought. So let's say we get this inch, inch and a half. That's only going to knock 10% of that total down. So it gets you closer, but it doesn't really help you. It doesn't, I always like to look at it as debt. Like it's payday, but you're still got a bunch of bills, and that money's gone pretty quickly. That's what's going to happen this rain. It's not really going to help us out long term. But if you are going to be around this weekend outside, and you want to get some yard work done, maybe I know people are starting to do that because we're getting towards that time of year. I was telling my son today, we're going to be mowing grass probably in a couple weeks. Usually early March is when we start mowing grass. So you might want to do that on Saturday, get the car washed before the rain moves in. If you want to let Mother Nature do it, That'll be a good nature's car wash there, and also clean all the salt residue off everything. Our 7-day forecast from Jerry Hunt shows if we can get through Sunday, which will likely be the coolest day we see, low 50s. Next week looks amazing. I mean, spring fever will be here for sure. We're looking at a stretch of weather in the low to mid 70s. We might have 4 days next week in the 70s.
Yes.
So after 2 days this week in the 70s and 4 more next week, I think people are going to think we're done with winter weather. We might, we don't have any in the next 10 days, Jane, but got to get to mid-March before we can breathe a sigh of relief. So I don't want to write it off yet because I've seen it way too often where the first 2 weeks of March we get one more blast of winter weather. But every day you get closer to that, that's one fewer day that you have the potential for winter weather. So spring is going to be here before we know it. I'm telling you, my son was born on March 9th, and we've always done backyard birthday parties, and I feel like that's when I always mow my grass the first time. He's 14 now, going on 15.
He's mowing his own grass.
So yeah,
for his birthday.
He's mowing that grass now. So I know this time of year, that's kind of when we do the first mow. So that's coming up. That's only like 3 weeks away.
Oh my goodness. Oh well, happy birthday to him. 14.
Yes.
That's a big number.
Yes. Got the learner's permit and everything. So.
Oh wow. Okay, a lot to be excited about. Like in the 70s. So after Sunday though, we won't see rain. Probably until the following weekend.
and that's the problem. As great as the rain is on Sunday, this time of year, you tend to get an active storm track. I think that's the one thing we kind of forget about this winter. We remember the winter storms, but try to remember a rainy day. We just haven't had many. I mean, I looked back, and our biggest one-day rain total was like 5,800. It's just over a half an inch. That's not a lot of rain. Every month this winter has been way below average. In February so far, a trace. That's all we've had is a trace of precipitation. Today's the 12th. On average, to keep everything lush and just maintain the status quo, you need about an inch of rain per week. That's kind of the average. And when you don't get that, you start getting into drought. And when you want to make up for the drought, you can't just get an inch of rain. That just gets you back to normal. You need a little bit more to make up for the rain that you didn't have. So we need like 2 inches of rain per week for the next several weeks to catch up. Now, the good news as we get into the spring's a wetter time of year, usually March, April, May. We tend to get more fronts, more moisture, it gets a little warmer, we get thunderstorms even. So hopefully we'll get into that pattern because what we worry about is when you get into the growing season. Because when everything does start growing, Jane, your lawn's going to be using an inch of rain per week, your trees are going to be sucking up moisture. If there's none available, that's when you really start to have problems. And we have a pretty significant wildfire risk this spring well because of all the dormant vegetation, but also remember all the Helene wood is now been sitting for over a year. So it's what we call seasoned. It's dried out.
Wow.
And so if there's a significant fire in the high country, there's a lot of fuel, we call it, for these fires. And because of the down timber, there's still many fire roads and access roads that are completely blocked by those trees as well. And so getting to fight fires is a problem. I know it's something that we've been watching carefully, and there's been outlooks for the spring already. We're in an elevated fire danger because of the drought and because of the damage from Helene.
Wow. So as much as we've had those dreary weekends and the gray and the gloom, we actually we need some rain.
No, if we could do it on a Wednesday, that would be great.
Oh, I mean,
I would have loved to move those winter storms to the middle of the week. That would have been nice as well. Yeah, you can't really pick when the rain falls, unfortunately. If we could, we'd have it rain every night while you're sleeping and be sunny when you wake up. But at this point, we got to just take it whenever we can get it. But for Valentine's Day, I'm optimistic.
All right, that looks like a good date.
Yeah, with your significant other, then
sure,
it's looking pretty good. You don't even need the rain gear or anything.
So even in the mountains, though, because selfishly, I've got plans to go up to the mountains on Sunday.
Not till late Saturday night, even there. So,
but it's going to be rain,
it's going to be rain
snow.
up there. Yeah. So,
okay.
If you're going skiing this weekend, which this is a big ski weekend, we forget it's also President's Day weekend, right? Which is a big ski holiday for those that aren't into skiing, because there's only a couple long weekends during the winter ski season. MLK weekend's one of them, President's Day weekend, and then Christmas, New Year's. If you talk to people in the ski industry, those 3 weeks or holidays make up like 75% of their ski income. So it is a big weekend for skiers, and probably the last big one in the North Carolina mountains until spring break, if there's still any snow left up there. But this year we'll see. They have a good base, I'll tell you that. All the cold weather we've had, the ski season has been incredible in the North Carolina mountains this year.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, and the base will maintain if they can get through this warm spell. So we'll be skiing well into March this year.
Good to hear that.
Yeah.
So I guess Sunday is just sort of a Watch WCNC Charlotte all day.
Yeah,
Got a lot of things going
I'll
on.
be doing Olympics and Daytona 500. By the way, we'll keep
I
an
like
eye on
it.
the weather down there. They might get some rain late. I was looking at the forecast today. We got a lot of NASCAR fans here. Obviously, I'll show you the forecast real quickly.
Okay.
So Friday, we've got a 10% chance of rain down at Daytona, 20% on Saturday. But Sunday, the race starts at 2:30, which it will not start at 2:30. It never starts on time. The rain chances increase as the day goes on. So they might get the race started, but by 4 or 5 o'clock, I expect some rain to move in. So I'll plead with NASCAR. They're not going to start it early because it is the Super Bowl of racing, so they have all that pre-race festivities. But if they could start at 2:30, that would be great. Let's wrap things up as quickly as possible because, like I said, the later they get into the afternoon, they're going to have probably the chance of rain. In the last couple of years, it's been brutal down there. They've had to race on Monday, which they don't want to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's something to watch then for sure. All right, Brad. Thank you. See you on WCNC Charlotte News at 5. And we'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Just after 4:30 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, I'm Jane Monreal. We are awaiting a press conference out of California with the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, scheduled to talk about some border security and drug seizure efforts. When that starts, we will bring that to you live here on Live Impact News. In the meantime, South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster endorsing Governor Lieutenant Pamela Yvette for governor. Let's go to this previously recorded press conference and announcement here on Live Impact News.
Wow. Well, first up, I want to thank everybody for coming, friends, supporters, family, colleagues. It's an amazing day. It is my honor to introduce somebody that needs absolutely no introduction. He is the longest serving governor in South Carolina's history. He is the most popular governor in South Carolina's history. Yes. He is our 117th governor, and my dear friend, and somebody I'm proud to call my mentor, Governor Henry McMaster.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and y'all might have noticed I brought my favorite wife, Peggy Jean McMaster, is here as well. Big smile, girl. There you go. That's good. Well, y'all, I'm delighted to be here. I'm going to be very brief. I just have a few things to say. We made a good video the other day. You may have seen it. But we've got a great team, and everybody here is a part of that team. You can't get anything done without a team. You notice in football games and other athletic things, they have a team, and everybody knows what they're doing, knows the direction they're going in, and they're all working together, pulling in the same direction, rowing in the same direction. You can think of all the analogies. Well, that's what Pam and I have been doing. Pamela, be very official, Pamela. You know, Jimmy Carter got into a scrape whether he could put Jimmy Carter on there or James Earl Carter. Y'all remember that? There was laws, had a lawsuit over it. Well, this is Pam or Pamela, and she just called her your next governor. It'd be a lot easier. Right? But we've done a lot of things, and years ago when I realized now I was the first one to pick the lieutenant governor, pick my running mate, and I wanted somebody who had a business background, who knew some people, who was a Trump supporter, of course, and was willing to get to work and do the things necessary to make this state even greater. My goal has been and still is and always will be to make this the best place in the whole world to live, work, and raise a family. This is a great state, and you've heard me preach that, the history, no other place like this on this earth. And people all over the world are finding that out, and that's why we are booming. That's why businesses all over the world want to come here. Why? They want to be in this environment. You can look out the window. There's nothing like the natural environment that we have. We have to protect it. But it's always the people. They say the people of this state are different from anywhere else. We're called a handshake state. I've heard executives say over and over, they say, I'd rather have your hand in mine and your word than a signed contract. Now that means something, and they don't say that everywhere. So we've got a good thing going. We are succeeding. We are winning left and right. We've had the largest tax cut in our history. We've got law enforcement officers now in every school, just a few, can't find one yet, but we've given them the money. That's 1,283 schools. Safe because they have those law officers in there. Thank you. We've raised teacher pay. Our goal at the beginning was to go up to at least $50,000 a year for minimum pay for a brand new starting teacher. And with our leaders in the legislature, we go get that done. We got one more step to go. We can go $50,500 this legislative session. We've helped our military, our veterans. This is a military-friendly state. We are doing the kinds of things that need to be done. We're protecting life, born and unborn. We're preserving land. We're preserving the family farm. We're cutting taxes, largest tax cut in our history. All of these things. But you can't do it without a team. And what Pamela and I have done with a lot of help from leaders in this room right now and others not here, we've set the course for the future of this state. We know that we must have the strongest economy, we must have strong education, and we must protect that cultural and natural environment, all of our heritage. If we do those things, we'll have done our job. What will South Carolina look like in 100 years? That's the question you have to ask every time we do anything, every time we pass a law or don't pass a law. And with a leader like Pam, she has learned about government. She has been my eyes and ears. She has given me advice. She has carried our message. She has taught the talk. She's walked the walk, talked the talk. She's done the things necessary. I trust her. I believe in her. And I like her family too. David's okay. Now Pam doesn't like to race stock cars, but David does. So we got it all covered. But ladies and gentlemen, it is a thrill for me and for Peggy to be here, to urge you. We want to endorse Pam for our next governor, urge you to get behind her. Be sure we have to keep winning. South Carolina has been winning. We need to keep winning with Pamela Everett as our next governor. Thank you.
Wow.
it's hard not to get teary-eyed with that kind of endorsement. And, it seems just like yesterday that the governor and I were standing in a podium in Greenville, and he was announcing me as his lieutenant governor. And it has been an amazing, just been an amazing 8 years. I look back, we have been the conservative powerhouse of the nation, taking what is just smart ideas, common sense ideas, as the governor outlined. Largest tax cuts in our state's history, increasing pay for our law enforcement, which we all know is why so many people are moving to South Carolina, making sure that we raised teacher pay and kept our people safe. And if you like what you saw in this first chapter, you're going to love what you see in the next chapter. I want to keep rolling strong on all the things we've done, all the things that make South Carolina wonderful, making sure we protect our coastline, protect our wooded areas, make sure that we eliminate state income tax and we get rid of burdensome regulations. We want to continue to protect life and protect parent rights. And so I just want to thank you all so much for being here today. It is amazing.
I want to bring you some breaking news right now out of Gastonia, looking at a bus crash reported. This is at Jenkins Dairy and Jenkins Road, where approximately 30 elementary school bus kids were on board. They're reporting possible injuries, and police are saying to avoid the area so emergency responders can do the work. We are learning to get more information on any kids if they're injured and where they're being transported to. But we are following the school bus crash out of Gastonia, again at Jenkins Dairy and Jenkins Road, that according to Gastonia Police. Right now, we want to switch gears here. A live press conference out of California, where Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, is speaking at a press conference on Live Impact News. Let's listen in.
That are here today, just their willingness to take an oath to secure our country, to uphold the law and make sure that it's applied fairly, is an incredible, powerful testimony to their kids of this next generation that will step up and serve in their footsteps. Your leadership and the hard work of these law enforcement officers have helped President Trump deliver the most secure border in American history. And they're helping us win the fight against fentanyl and saving countless lives. In fact, we were just here touring the vault that is so important to making sure that we're interdicting these drugs and keeping them off of our streets and getting them away from cartels and dangerous criminals to make sure that we're destroying them before they destroy lives. But also right here in front of you, just in this bin in front of you, you see enough lethal doses of fentanyl that would kill 10 million Americans if it were to be allowed to come into our country, be trafficked, and poison our people. For 4 dark years under Joe Biden, we saw violent criminals, murderers, gang members, terrorists, rapists, pedophiles, and human smugglers invade this country. Drug traffickers brought dangerous narcotics into our country and poisoned our people and tore our communities apart. But the American people put President Trump back into office. They removed criminal, illegal aliens from our communities. They've stopped the cartels, and they've stopped the flow of these dangerous drugs. And what the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security have done is a testimony to President Trump's leadership and to these law enforcement officers' dedication. For 9 straight months, U.S. Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. With fewer people that cross illegally, we make sure that our southern border apprehensions were much lower than during the Biden administration. In fact, 93% lower than during that administration. President Trump has cut off the flow of trafficking down at the southern border, and just of fentanyl, we've seen a decrease of 56% drop in fentanyl coming into this country. The vault that we've toured today holds 188,218 pounds of seized illicit drugs. That inventory includes over 100,000 pounds of meth, 59,000 pounds of cocaine, and 7,400 pounds of fentanyl. In other words, that vault holds more than 1.7 billion lethal doses of narcotics, of fentanyl and cocaine. All of these narcotics were interdicted by U.S. Customs and Border Protection in the San Diego area. That's 1.7 billion lives that are saved because of the work that they do. The vast majority of these drug seizures happen at the port of entry, and the majority of drug seizures along the southern border happen at this port of entry. Those drug seizures are incredible to what they do to save American lives. Now, the men and women here at Otay Mesa are heroes who work around the clock to make sure that they're keeping Americans safe. Fentanyl has killed countless Americans who still should be here with us today. In fact, I've met with many parents who've lost children to fentanyl poisoning. Americans like Greg Swan, who the first time I met him told me about his son, Drew, who died from fentanyl poisoning at the age of 24 in 2013. In fact, Greg is one of the co-founders of Fentanyl Fathers, fathers who've lost their children because of that dangerous drug that was running everywhere and running rampant throughout our country. Also, I met Rebecca Kisling, who lost both of her sons. She lost her 20-year-old son, Caleb, and 18-year-old Kyler to fentanyl poisoning on the same day in 2020. There's far too many stories of that happening. In fact, 1 in 3 Americans know someone that has died from fentanyl poisoning. That shouldn't happen in the greatest country on earth, and President Trump gets up every single day to make sure that it doesn't happen. Thanks to him and to the men and women of CBP, we're winning the fight against fentanyl. Now, President Trump has called the cartels the ISIS of the Western Hemisphere, and he's right. The cartels traffic, they torture, they behead human beings, and they enrich themselves and profit off of American deaths. And that's why President Trump took action and designated them as foreign terrorist organizations on day one. Today, the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security are on the front lines of the fight against the cartels and the drugs poisoning our country. And we are winning. And while we stop threats from coming into our country, we can't forget about the ones that are already in our borders. Right now, in prisons and jails across California, ICE has lodged detainers on over 33,000 criminal illegal aliens. Instead of honoring these detainers against criminals who've trafficked drugs and committed crimes across the American people, Governor Newsom and California's sanctuary policies have released over 4,500 criminal illegal aliens back onto the streets to create more victims and that will harm more Americans. We need him to work with us and these local law enforcement and community leaders and elected officials here in California to protect Americans, to make sure that we're interdicting more of these drugs before they poison more Americans. And we need them to work with us to help make sure that we're keeping our law enforcement safe. Our ICE officers and CBP officers are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them, a 3,200% increase in vehicular attacks against them, and an 8,000% increase in death threats against them. On January 23rd, an illegal alien here at the San Diego Sector Border Patrol attacked a law enforcement officer, hit him in the head with a rock, left him lacerated, bruised, and bleeding. He was hospitalized, but his assailant did escape. That attack was the 7th recorded assault on a Border Patrol agent in San Diego since October. Law enforcement officers...
You've been listening to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem with a live press conference out of Southern California following a major drug bust. We'll get back to that. First, we need to take one more break here in our 4 o'clock hour. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC+. Now at 4:48 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, we return you to Southern California, where Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is having a press conference following a major drug bust. Let's listen in on WCNC Plus.
And process millions of illegal aliens and release them into the country alongside the Border Patrol. I'm going to pass it off to Diane Sabatino, the Executive Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection. But thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, really, and thank you, Secretary Noem, for being here with us today, and Chief Banks also for your great partnership in CBP. We're really grateful for the opportunity to highlight the work of our frontline personnel, the work that interdicting these narcotics every day to secure our borders and protect our communities. What you just heard from Secretary Noem reflects our mission to secure the border at ports of entry, frontline personnel applying their training, the intelligence, and technology to keep dangerous narcotics out of our communities. It's demanding work. The men and women who carry out this mission do so with professionalism, often under incredibly challenging conditions. It's never boring here in Otay Mesa, and their commitment makes a real difference to the outcomes that you see right in front of you today. And as the Secretary mentioned, our success reflects joint enforcement across CBP and aligns with the administration's priorities. Strong enforcement to ensure border security and support for the people who are the backbone of the mission that we're responsible for. And the Office of Field Operations continues to work on key initiatives, including obtaining advanced information for shipments and travelers, modernizing processing systems, and investing in technology that allows us to operate effectively. All of these efforts really support our most valuable resource, which is our frontline personnel. That includes our CBP officers, our Border Patrol agents, our import specialists, and our agriculture specialists. And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act represents a generational investment in our border security mission. Funding from the Act is going to allow CBP to expand capabilities such as non-intrusive inspection technology and responsibly integrate artificial intelligence, machine learning into the work that we do. And more importantly, the Office of Field Operations is going to be able to hire more than 5,000 CBP officers to bring here to the ports of entry again, to identify more narcotics, interdict, and to disrupt the cartels. Our border security mission is national security, and our efforts are never going to stop. And we're proud to be here supporting this critical work. So thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Diane, and thank you, Chief Banks, as well. With that, we'll open it up to any questions that you may have. Yes. Well, what I would say is that we are extremely grateful for the partnership that we have with local law enforcement partners like the sheriff over here. He has been a fantastic partner with us in getting these drugs interdicted before they get onto our streets and kill Americans, and not just Californians. They would be trafficked all over the country. What I would say is I hope that Governor Newsom will partner with us more, that he would work with us to honor our detainers. You heard me earlier in my statement say that there's 33,000 people that are in California jails that have committed crimes against the American people. Before they are released back out onto our streets, give them to us so that if they're criminal, illegal aliens, we can return them back to their home countries so that there aren't any more victims in this country. We shouldn't be letting people stay in this country to commit more crimes when they haven't come here the right way. So many Americans fought to come here from other countries the right way and become citizens and believe in the freedoms and the liberties we stand for. I would invite Governor Newsom to partner with us to make sure that those criminals are removed and that we continue to keep our streets safe. Well, they're obviously expressing their First Amendment rights, and we welcome that. As long as they do so peacefully, I think it's a wonderful thing. Yes. Well, listen, I'll never give you details or give you an explanation on law enforcement activities. I don't want to put our law enforcement officers at risk by exposing some of the planned operations that they may or may not have. But what we are focused on, and I'll tell you, as far as the Department of Homeland Security and ICE and CBP, is targeted operations, going after specific individuals that are a threat to public safety, individuals that have committed crimes either here or in another country that are dangerous to allow stay out on our streets. We don't want more victims in this country. We want to make sure that those criminals are removed from our streets and that we're returning them back home to their home countries when they're brought to justice. So beyond that, those targeted operations, we won't talk about. Yes. Are you talking about the economic impact? You know, what I would say is we welcome the opportunity to partner with community leaders. If they feel that in their city or in their community that the individuals who live there, the citizens, could be better served by a partnership with us, we would love that. We would love to work with them to make sure that public safety is a #1 priority, that people feel safe in their communities, they can go to their jobs, they can go to school, and know that the laws will be upheld, they'll be respected, and that we'll work together to keep them safe. Yes. Yeah. I think you're asking about detention facilities and the standards in it. Federal standards at our detention facilities are the highest that there are in this country. In fact, we have a higher level of status than many states or local communities have at their jails or detention centers. So we're proud of the fact that every single individual, when they come, that they're well taken care of, they receive food and medical care, and then we return them as quickly as they can back to their home countries if they are being held. The one thing I would point out is that every single individual that's in that detention facility is given the opportunity to go home to their home country. If they decide that day that they want to go home, we'll give them $2,600 and a plane ticket and take them back home. So it's their choice on if they want to stay there or not.
And you've been listening to a live press conference out of Southern California following a very large drug bust there at the border with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. We are also continuing to follow some breaking news. This is out of Gastonia right now, where a school bus crash was reported after 3:30, around 3:30 this afternoon, taking place at Jenkins Dairy and Jenkins Road. Approximately 30 elementary school-age kids on the bus. Injuries are possible. And now learning from Gastonia PD posting on their social that they are still working this crash where a bus went off the road and into the woods. Children were on the bus. One child does have a possible broken arm. They are still asking folks to stay away from the area so emergency responders can continue to investigate that scene. We're also reaching out to Gastonia School District to get a statement from school leaders on where this bus was coming from, and now looking at a live scene here. This is a live scene from our photojournalist just arriving on the scene, so it looks like that is now on the record. We will wrap things up here and follow this on WCNC Charlotte News at 5, which is coming right up. We thank you for watching. Have a great day.